Hello, Anna. We're testing sound from down here in the Learning Center. Hope that you can hear us. What is your favorite hot dog condiment? The Genius Bar is dying to know. Just give it a second because remember the 30-second delay. I don't know if that has to do with. Liz and I are voting for ketchup. Adam does not agree. Let me double check that we're not muted. Mic is on. Oh, that might have been initially when I didn't have the mic turned on yet. So she's just still behind, which she would be all day. Anywhere you'd like. Well, and you can always move around throughout the day or from day to day. Oh, yeah. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to mute our camera then. So I'm
Excellent. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Check. All right. Hello, walkie-talkie. Is it on? I think we're good. Okay. So good morning. So I'm going to tweet that out. You guys look for it because I am practicing too. I don't have a lot of people to tweet with, to follow. It's my age group, I think. So I'm using it for business purposes now since I couldn't get enough socially. That's okay. They're my age demographic. I know it's Facebook. You guys promise at BAM1212. Great. I'm going to put it out there so you guys will do that. I'm trying desperately, but I'm just finding that there's not enough my peers that are doing that. But who am I? I'm Barbara McCormick. I am the Vice President of Education, and I'm so glad that you guys are here and can join us. We're especially excited about your group, the advanced group, because we're hoping to learn a few things from you as well. So share with us, give us your feedback, participate. We know it's going to be a great time. I know we have someone here who did the last year's um, workshop, seminar virtually, the entire thing. There she is. And now you're here face to face. I think that is wonderful. Welcome. So that is really good. So that's what the purpose of this is, so that we can grow and our interaction can grow and expand beyond this. That's it. I'm really not going to take up much of your time because you guys are in a really busy, tight schedule. I leave you in the best of hands. At this time, I do want to hand it over to Pete and our sponsor for this program. So we want to give him a big thank you,
Thank
Pete.
you very much, Bart. Thank you all very much. No, you guys are. Hello there, World Wide Web. So thank you guys so much for coming. This is so exciting for us to sort of see this. And I mean, this is when we, sit in an office and fund the production of programs and resources. This is really where the rubber meets the road. And it's so exciting for us to see this. All of us are, from the education world at some point. And as I said, so we've this is the second year we've done this with the museum. They're such great partners, and what a terrific team there is working on this. From my office is Stacy, who will be doing that tweeting and stuff like that. And I know you guys know all the museum folks. So thank you very much for this, and good luck, and have a wonderful time. I funny thing happened to me on the way to the museum.
All right, so good morning, everybody. My name's Adam Lewandowski. I'm one of the teachers here at the museum, and I'm going to be kind of starting every day off, finishing every day with you guys, and as we go through the day, uh, leading us through a lot of the different activities and discussions we're going to be having. In the room, we have a lot of other important people here who are going to be up teaching as well, helping in the back and helping any questions or issues that you guys have throughout the day. So if you ever have any issues, just raise your hand, get our attention, we'll help you out and make sure everything's taken care of. If you're having any internet connection issues, things like that, just let us know. Hopefully everyone's logged in already. It looks like most of you have logged into the Google community. Yes, just use the guest. And if you're having any troubles with, we do have some computers. So if you have a tablet and you're having any issues with it or the Wi-Fi, you can get a laptop from us and log in. So, all right. So with that, we'll get started. So again, welcome. We're really glad you guys are here. And I'm going to intro what we're going to be doing throughout the week or the rest of the week and talk about what we're doing specifically today. And then we'll have a couple short activities to get started so you guys can kind of get to know each other a little bit. I know some of you met each other yesterday at the meet and greet, the wine and cheese event, but not everyone was able to make it. So hopefully we'll get to meet the rest of each other today and before the end of the week. So what we're going to look at while we're here with Museum Ed and Annenberg Learner are new tools that you guys can use in your classrooms. Like Barbara said, hopefully you'll also teach us and each other about tools you use that others might not be aware of. There's thousands of things out there that you can use, and it's good to talk to others and see how they've used them. and hopefully you'll learn a lot from that. So when you go home, hopefully you're going to have some new resources, some new things you can use in your classroom, and not only just new tools, but new ideas on how to use them effectively and how to use them to help your students learn and help them interact with the new world and the media that they interact with every single day. And also do this as a part of a professional learning community. So we're doing this here. Obviously, there's lots of great teachers in this room, but also online. We have the Twitter feed over here that people will post to. There's a lot of people participating virtually. I'm obviously holding the microphone so they can hear me. They'll hear your questions. This fancy camera here will let them see what's going on as well. So I have a lot of collaboration with people from all over today as we go through everything, which will be very helpful. Okay, so what is our goal? Why are we here? What are we trying to do? Today we're going to look at why we're in the classroom. Why are you a teacher? What is your goal? What are you trying to do? You guys are going to have different goals, different reasons for being teachers, why you became a teacher, and sharing that will be helpful, help give you some ideas, hopefully. We'll look at what you can offer students that they can't get anywhere else. I mean, obviously, you can quickly use Google to find any answer to any basic factual argument, right? It's very easy to do. But do you know what to do with that information? Do you know how to critically think about it? Do you know how to find bias, things like that? That's what you guys and teachers can do for students. That's what we're looking at this week. And those are those skills. So how do we teach these skills using all of these new resources, all these technologies? That's the important part of this. So that's what we're going to be covering. In terms of participation, so you guys are, I believe mostly, or if not all of you, are on Twitter. So we highly recommend tweeting throughout the day your ideas, your thoughts, your experiences, and make sure you're tweeting at ANLearner for Annenberg Learner, at NewseumEd for us, and then the hashtag ANEW15. That's going to let you guys see what you're thinking, see what you're talking about. The virtual participants are going to be following this as well, so they'll be able to see what's going on and communicate with everybody. So this is a great way to stay in touch, ask questions about your nightly activities, make comments, things like that. So the more you tweet, the better. And then you'll show up on the board possibly. So that'll be cool, right? Oh, all right. So our guiding questions today. Now, again, like I said, we're looking at the skills that students need to be informed and empowered citizens in a media-saturated world. You know, they're connected. They're using phones throughout the day. They're communicating with each other. They're looking for information. Depending on your school, they might have one-to-one technology. They're using iPads in the classroom. They're using laptops in the classroom. They're going to the computer lab. They're using these things all the time. So how can we help them become good citizens while they use this technology? And also, how can we best serve tech-savvy students? I'm sure some of you know a lot about technology. Some of you have students who obviously know more than you, even if you know a lot, because they can program things or they can do all sorts of things that you don't have the time to learn about. So how can you serve them well? They know a lot of the technology. What can you bring to the table to make that more effective? So how are we going to do this? So here's our basic 3-day outline. So day 1 is the left column. We're at Think today. We're going to talk about what blended learning is, discuss how that can be used, talk about media literacy. So again, that when you go online, how do you know what you're looking at is good information? How do you know if it's biased? How do you learn to trust a website or not? Or how do you use different types of websites successfully? Because even an untrustworthy website can be useful, right? And then in the end, looking at blended learning for textual analysis. So how can you use and create blended learning techniques and practices to help your students think about what they do online? The other days, we're looking at discussing. So today's empowering learners. Tomorrow, we're looking at daring dissenters. So getting students to talk about things they care about, that they want to change, challenging what they see in the world. That's what we're looking at in day 2. So ethical debate and discourse. Introduction to visual literacy. We're looking at the power of images tomorrow, discussing how that can impact you and how you can use image to persuade and make arguments. And then blended learning for persuasion. And then day 3, collaborative problem solvers. So how do you get them to go out and do these things? How do you get them to work with each other and be strong civic contributors, and using all the 5 freedoms that we have here, religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition, to be that to collaborate and work together, but using tools online, but also on the ground campaigns. How do you combine the traditional with the new? And then again, looking at blended learning for community engagement. So let's see what we're doing today specifically. And your agenda is going to be in your binder, so you can look there to find that. And here's our rough timeline of what's happening. The detailed layout is actually in your binder, like I said, so you'll be able to see that there. So we have our introduction here. Kim's going to lead a lesson about media literacy. You're going to meet our archivists, and they're going to bring in some old newspapers for you guys to look at, which is really cool. We'll have some activities around that, making some classroom assignments with these. We'll get lunch, which is always popular after you explore the Berlin Wall Gallery. And then after lunch, we'll have a couple teachers. One, Megan, in the back will come up to talk to you guys, and Jennifer Roberts will be online speaking with you about how she uses technology in the classroom. And then you're going to get to work on your lesson plans for a portion of the afternoon. So we'll talk more about that as we get to it, and have a quick wrap up and reflection at the end of the day. All right, so what we're going to start is have you guys have a quick group activity. So what I want you to do is discuss why you're here. So you're looking at why you teach, what made you interested in attending this institute, what you want to get out of the institute, and then discuss as a group. And you can access this Venn diagram on the PowerPoint. You can have a link to it so you can type up and add your thoughts to it. But come up with and discuss the old classroom and the new classroom. So what's similar and what's different about those two things? Beyond just technology, it could be the goals of a classroom. What is your objectives at the end of each year? They might be similar even if the way you do it is very different. But so discuss all those different things. Take 5 minutes, and then we're going to share this out and talk about why you're here, and then kind of how classrooms have changed. So take 5 minutes to work on that. Let us know if you have any issues trying to find the Venn diagram to fill out. Okay. Okay. So we see we already have a few things on the diagrams. You guys are still adding, which is great. And you can feel free to add something if you think about it while we talk through this. Um, I was looking at the classroom of your lecture style. That's probably the number one, right? You think about the teacher coming in, talking to the class, giving out the valuable information, and then sending them off to do their work and homework and things at home, right? We have this covered everything. A lot of other good textbooks. Okay, lecture again. Oh yeah, TV's on the cart. Nice. My elementary school growing up, this was in the early 90s, did not have money. They still had film strips from like the 70s. And the teacher bring the reel-to-reel in there. That was very good. Okay, more collaborative things like that. So let's talk about this. So let's share if let's go table to table, have a couple comments about how you see this and what you guys think about how they overlap. So we're seeing some of the different, just older technology, lecture style to more collaborative, using technology, paperless, websites, lots of collaboration, so talking, working together. So what's similar about them? And not just how they operate, but thinking about the goals. Are the goals the same? Or how are they different? What do you guys think?
I mean, are we still in the situations trying to make connections with young people and guide them? Mark made a comment which said that today the problem is that your mistakes play out in social media and have bigger ramifications. So, back obviously, I went to high school in the 70s and 80s. There were always bullies. There were always people gossiping. There were always people making
Yeah.
choices, but it wasn't so.
It's much more public now. Yeah.
Footprint of that behavior the way it is today.
That's very true. If you think about it, there's always adults always have a hard time understanding teenagers, and you're not sure about why they're the way they are. Teenagers, they're bullies, they have gossip, all the same problems. With technology, you can't get away from it the same. It is always there. But then technology is also what's it provide for them? Though, think about the positives. You're right. It's harder to get away with cyberbullying and things like that, which is really difficult. But what are the positives they have with technology too?
Kids can teach themselves a lot of what they want to learn. My son is constantly watching YouTube videos to learn how to do this or that. I mean, it's like magic tricks,
Yeah.
skateboard tricks. But he does learn, like science fair projects and things like that. So
Like,
I think one of the things that we have to face as teachers is, going back to what you're saying at the beginning, is making sense of, they can build their own curriculum. That's sort of what they want to do. But we have to give them the tools
Yeah,
to
exactly.
make that work.
That's good. I've learned a lot from YouTube. Everyone has, right? You want to cook something or fix something in your house. It's like, how does this work? And then there you go. It's there. Watch it. You learn it. And you're right. Kind of giving them the tools. I think the structure matters too. Because if we're able just to learn whatever we're interested in, we might learn something we're interested in, but you might not learn things that provide for future use or job use or use in college, depending on what you want to research. So that structure and how to do it, I think, is really important. And we're definitely going to be talking about this week. We have a virtual comment. Okay. So the elephant in the room, standardized testing. Now, depending on where you guys are coming from, private schools, public schools, you're gonna have different experiences with this. But that is a reality. That has definitely changed kind of the mindset. The covered everything part is still, if you have a strong standardized test at the end of the year, if you're a content-based course like history, a big part of it, you got to get through the content, right?
What I'd add to that, that I think is kind of the next step in the testing, because independent schools, what we're finding is that the testing is impacting us in a different way, and that parents want data. So I think that I think data is like a big game changer for education now.
Yeah.
And that's everybody. Parents want data about their kids, no matter where they are.
Yeah, that's very true. And I before I worked here, I taught for 6 years in Virginia previously. So we had the SOLs, our standards of learning. So standardized testing was huge for history teachers. Every class I taught had its test. And the data was very important by the end of my time teaching. And looking at spreadsheets and numbers for the different scoring categories and where they did well, where they did poorly, and comparing it year to year. It's a lot of extra work, if done properly, can be very useful at the same time. So data is a big part about it, seeing what your students are doing.
I was going to say there's a similarity, although
Yeah, the workforce is different. I know a lot of people who work from home, they work virtually, they do a lot online, a lot of their collaboration online. So that's uh, important skills to have. You know, I know thinking about, we have textbooks over here. No one put textbooks here. They still use them. I mean, my students had them. They didn't like using them, right? It's in the overlap. Oh, it's in both. I see. There's textbooks and textbooks, right? So textbooks are there. Think about how technology has impacted a textbook. You know, Control F online is much easier than an index. Remember, we have to know how to use an index. And you do. Like when I was in grad school, I have a PDF that was searchable of an entire book, and I would just Control F stuff and find the people and phrases I'm looking for to put things together. So um, that's changing, you know, and as textbooks change and as more schools are digital, textbooks might not be on that middle column anymore. At some point, they're going to be different types of textbooks. Any other last comments about this or thoughts you want to share? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, technology does provide students a greater ability to contact and be in discussion with teachers in and outside of school. And then part of that's depending on too where you teach, if like texting and talking like that is permissible or not, depending on the school system. So I know we're talking about things like that or using Twitter in the classroom. Depending on how your school system operates, some of those things might not be possible. But no matter where you work, you have an email address. They can email you. You probably have an online component with some form of discussion board or communicative tool set up there too. So students are talking to you, and that is very helpful, especially for students who are shy about help. And being able to ask for help and not feel I have to raise my hand in front of the class again and go, I don't understand this. And they can have that conversation privately, which is, I think, a valuable thing to do as well. So unless there's anything else you guys last ones to add.
We were just saying that like we're still using the same strategies, right? Good teaching strategies take the test of time, but we can do more than we were able to do with less effort than before. If we want to explore something we don't, I don't have to be an expert in anything anymore. I don't have to, if I want to learn something new, we can explore it together. There's digital resources. I don't have to go and study all weekend and go to the library. I can have, some information that we can gather it all together and explore those things. I don't code, but my students do. Like there's all those things we can do because of the digital resources that we were able to bring to our students.
Oh, that's a good point too. So it just has changed a lot. You're right, in the sense of figure things out much easier, put things together much more quickly, and they can be great things that are done quickly too. So let's move back. All right. Okay, so what? So the question is, some of these things were brought up, Martin, right? You brought this up where students can teach themselves anything they want on their computer. All right, looking at YouTube, searching the web. The content of the world is out there. So what are teachers supposed to do? In a sense, the teacher of old was the dispenser of knowledge. You went to your teacher because they knew about geography or literature or history or whatever it is you're teaching. And you gave out that information to the student. They learned it from you. But now the internet really is that master of all knowledge. It's all there. They can find what they want to find very easily. They can go to YouTube and watch a professor at Yale give a speech or lecture about whatever topic, and I'll admit the professor at Yale knows more than I do about the topic I would be teaching at in school, right? So how do you do that? So what is the point of this? Why are we teaching in a classroom when they have instant access around the world? So what we're going to look at here is why you teach, but not just simply why I teach or what you like about teaching, but what can you offer students that they can't get from how-to videos? They can't get from free access to using the web. What can you provide them in the classroom? So just think about that for a second, and we will share out. Let's get started again. Let me get some hands to share what you guys talked about. So let's go here.
Teach them to question things.
Okay.
Not just read something and think it's real, but to maybe look the source and figure out where you're getting this information.
Okay, good. Awesome. So teach them to question things, look at the source, figure out if it's trustworthy or not. Well, I'm glad to say when I stop talking to you in a few minutes, that's exactly what Kim's going to talk to you guys about. So that will be hopefully a very fruitful discussion. Some other tips. Okay, yeah, so make sure that they have the skills and the necessary ability to do all the challenging things they have to do. So okay, good. So more than just information, but how to be productive, how to be successful. Mm. Yeah, exactly. That's great, and the relationship is truly probably why all of you teach. I hope so. You know, when you have groups of students, you form a good connection and have a great class. It's a lot of fun. It's very rewarding for everybody in the room, and technology can enhance that. Technology also can be, in a way, a wall if you hide behind it as a student. And that's where you're comfortable, but you are going to have to interact with people. So having that teacher that's kind of in the classroom, you can use technology, but also have that interaction to help get them comfortable with collaborating, working with others is very valuable.
My students actually do want to be online, like the MOOCs. You know, my seniors just get a little taste of college, and the feedback that I got, which is, you know, what the data seems to be revealing, is people really don't like that way of deep learning because it's only one way. There's not really an opportunity for you to have good interactive feedback, which is like what I really think. You know, as a teacher, I try to give the content on how to write an essay, but individual feedback on how to help you write the essay is something that can get from you.
Yeah, that's true. So the need of individual feedback is very important. And I know in learning and taking, if you ever have an online class, an online discussion board in a class is not the same as meeting in a room with people. You know, that getting to talk and bounce ideas off in real time is often more effective. But you can do that online. You can talk to each other, see each other, so that can happen as well. So is there a hand in the? Yeah, that's another good point. Just being able, just showing what you've done, what you've worked through, and helping the students work through problems and challenges, and helping them not give up because you need encouragement. And
I feel like sort of structure and a faith-based practice
Okay.
to apply some of the learning.
yeah, that and I think the practice is really important, and that's what we're going to go into blended learning. I think that's where I'll end with that. So sorry if you have something you want to add, you can add to it. That's a great transition point. It's the idea of practice. And that's what the classroom's for. It's why you go to school for anything. You go to school to fail before you go out to the real world to hopefully succeed. Not to fail, you know what I mean. Yeah, you can fail forward. That's good. But you have your struggles in school. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's challenging. It's challenging. So what we're looking at is kind of this balance here. We're going to talk about shifting the balance of content knowledge and citizenship skills, kind of what you guys were just talking about, and the skills they need to be successful adults, people in the world, not just adults, but teenagers in the world. They have jobs, they work with other people, they play sports, and they're in clubs. They do things where they need to have these skills. So,
Are we preparing our kids for life? And obviously, answer that yes. But are we preparing our kids for college? And we get feedback from a lot of our students come back and say, hey, we're going off to college, and our college is incredibly safe on the stage. realities for which we're preparing them for. And so we're like, okay, we can't totally forsake, we can't not prepare them for college, but we also see the bigger picture. We're trying to prepare them for life.
And that's a really good point to make. And I know myself when I was a teacher, I saw that where students were you go to college and you might have a lot of classes where you're in there 300 kids and the person talks, depending on the school you go to, and even a smaller school will still have things like that. It is more traditional, and um, that finding the balance is hard because you need to have them understand note-taking skills and listening skills, and because they're not always going to have a chance to work the way they might in the real world in college. Yeah.
Grade school, we're teaching our students, that's what we're trying to get them to see is that you're trying to accept stuff that's not necessarily given you for yourself. Like this is what you're learning now because now that you can go to Google, okay, if you don't get an example that I've got in class, find another example. Make sense of the material that I'm giving you so then that way when you do get to college, you can do that yourself as a professor.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, because in college, when you lack that ability to work with the professors easily, directly, you do have to do some things on your own. And if I think back to my experience in college, especially in history classroom, individual learning was the difference between a C and an A, because you got C material from the professor. There were books you had to read that were on the exam that he didn't talk about, he or she, and you had to get more information to put yourself in that upper level, not using technology in the way you'd use now. But that's a good point to make too. Okay. One more.
I think the way that we're teaching now builds the foundation for students who learn in college. I remember having a class in college where I actually thought the professor was crazy. He came in 15 minutes late with a roll of paper towels. I didn't know why he was doing that or what he was talking about. And then I read ahead as to where we're supposed to read, and it made total sense. I think he was a genius because he had so much more information, but I had to come to the table with a little bit more than just sitting there passing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Being prepared and that's what blended learning is coming to your classroom prepared, in that sense. Um, and I hope everyone has a crazy professor in college. You have to have at least one while you're there. So, I know I did. I just had a good flashback memory of a professor's always late and crazy. So, okay, blended learning. So this is a buzzword. You hear about it all the time. There have been many teaching buzzwords and ideas, right? Think about the classrooms without walls or schools without walls, right? I used to work with a teacher and he said, go to those schools today. They all have walls in them and they all have doors. But things always come along. So in reality, we're going to kind of figure out really what this is and how it can be used. And it's more of a style and a skill and an idea than just like a specific thing that we can put a neat definition on, because you really can't. There's lots of ways to do it. There's lots of ways to implement it. And really it's thinking about the most successful way that we can teach students. So one thing we work here with students, and the lesson you're going to have in a minute deals with these 6 questions. You guys use these all the time. They're the reporter's questions. A good news story is going to have all 6 of these answered. So if you follow the link, it will open up this worksheet. And I want you to take 3 minutes and discuss blended learning by answering these questions. And then we'll share for just a minute or two, then we'll move on so we don't get too far behind. By group at your table. Right, yeah. Oh. Yeah, the numbers are gone off the tables. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry about that. All right, so we have 6 questions. So we'll go 1 through 6, and we'll start at who, and we'll let each group kind of give their idea out for each one. So hopefully by the time we get to 5 or 6, if you haven't gotten the why or how, you at least have an idea or two down. So the who of blended learning, or who, what is it in that sense? It's kind of a weird question.
Question we got to. Kids and teachers could both benefit. We said visual and auditory learners may benefit more. Sometimes kids want to move at their own pace, either accelerated or they need repetition. We thought in general, someone who's a self-starter or self-motivated doesn't need as much hand-holding. Advanced students who want enrichment.
Okay, great. So that's a lot to paraphrase here for the people who are online. So basically, it's great for individualizing teaching, is what you're saying. You can individualize the way lessons work for students. Students can use them as slowly, as quickly as they want. That gives them more freedom and flexibility as students. It gives you more freedom and flexibility as a teacher to work and individualize lessons and your goals for different students. I think it's a good way of looking at the who. Um, so as a group, then, if we want to just try to answer some of the others, what is it? Any of you get to that question? So if you had to describe the basic, what is it? How does it work in that sense? So we can do the kind of what and how at the same time.
Sort of like taking advantage of technology. I would say to personalize.
Okay. And what role does technology play? What would you do? What an example would be of how you kind of flip or blend or change the classroom?
Kind of giving you those little bit of tie down to what's in front of you.
Okay. And that's great for the student. They have a lot of things to look at and find things out.
I actually, I said I co-make all, so like if I make a video of something I was going to teach live in the past, then I can have some kids learning that topic and another set of kids learning another one that I need.
Okay.
So it's a way of something that
So-
I can meet one-on-one with kids.
So having video lessons so kids can watch that where you work with kids individually and not being stuck at the front of the room in front of the board for 40 minutes. You can be doing 3 things at once or 4 things at once, depending on how you want to do it.
Go off that, if the students review the group line, so if there's something, after the lecture,
Yeah.
how they can go back,
Yeah, for kids that are sick, or kids that go on vacation, things like that, it's very helpful. Like, okay, watch these 3 lessons, and then we'll work on it together and get caught up on your work. But it's a great way to easily recreate what you did in the classroom because you're not even doing it in the classroom when they're watching it.
I just had a question about the term blended learning. I hear a lot of what technology is used for learning. What is exactly being blended? Are is it learning styles? Is it just to add technology? Is it blending?
Exactly. Yeah, there's the idea of like blending and just having, the 40-minute lecture you would do is now a podcast that you listen to while watching a PowerPoint on your screen, and then coming to class and just doing homework. That's blending technically, but not as well as it could be done. So I think the idea is blending the different styles and ways of learning, using technology to have more options and doing it at home and in class. And I think one of the main things is moving the traditional classroom part to home in the sense of doing some of the lecture things or information distribution at home via podcast or videos or things like that. And then the students coming to class being ready to practice and learn. Last week, a literature teacher kind of said they already do that in the sense of go home and read these 4 chapters of this book, and we're going to have discussions and work through it in class. So that's kind of the idea. And one more comment. Yeah, that does. That's the idea of letting the parents see what's going on. They know they can actually watch the lessons with the students, see what's happening, and see what they're doing in class, which is great. Yeah, and so having them support, be a part of it, and that is one of the great things of teaching is if the parents are on your side, it makes your job easier. They're paying attention and that they care, and then more than one person cares about how the child does in school. So those are good. I think a lot of those answers are kind of a part of all that. And anything from online. Yeah.
I was also going to say one other problem it helps. If you have students who don't like to talk,
Mm.
and they're not going to raise their hand and they're not going to share. But if you open a forum or a Twitter discussion, all of a sudden you're hearing
They're
their
saying a
voice.
lot, yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
so
think I see it
yeah,
there more than anywhere that
taking away that face to face makes them more comfortable, and that if they feel more comfortable in that format and get more confidence, it makes the face to face easier, and that's an important aspect of it as well. Um, so the idea of what blended learning is, it's a large term, and hopefully we'll be able to define it and have a better grasp on it in the Twitter size amount of space. So what is it? How is it used? How can you use it in your classroom to be an effective teacher? It sounds like a lot of you are using aspects of this already, and I think we're going to learn a lot from each other throughout the 3 days that will make us understand this better. Okay, so our why of blended learning, so kind of how we look at this, helps us accomplish our goals in 3 ways. It extends our reach. We can teach many more students. It's hard for students to come here. Uh, this is a picture of actually a class that I led. That's a student version of what you're about to see to the U.S. Embassy in Guinea. And they brought in a bunch of local students to partake in this. So obviously they can't easily come here. That's a great way that we can get our classes out and our information out and teach classes to students. We've done a couple international ones throughout the country, different students. And we're in California, local as well, which is great. It also lets us engage with students and use different tools that help them learn how to use the tools constructively. That can maximize class time. If you're doing certain things, or we're doing certain things away from here, if students come here, or if students are coming to your classroom prepared and ready to go, you can be more constructive in that tight time schedule that you guys have in the classroom. Because you always need more time. So how can you be effective using that? So now I'm going to turn it over to Kim, and she's going to lead you guys through, like I said, a lesson about media literacy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Ash, and I'm one of the members of Museum Education. It's going to be a little weird using Mr. Microphone because I'm so used to using both my hands, so bear with me. It is a little strange. One of our most popular classes that we teach to both students and teachers is judging fact, fiction, and everything in between. Media literacy, what exactly does that mean? I bet your students think that they're, oh yeah, we know how to use this stuff. What we're talking about is comprehension, understanding, being able to question what they're looking at. How many of you have ever retweeted something without a second thought? Yeah, if it's WTOP, oh, it must be good information. Sometimes you have to make some generalizations because you're all very busy people. You cannot pick and check every single thing. So one of the ways that we talk about our objective from this media literacy class, helping them and sometimes our teachers gain tools and techniques to improve your students' media literacy skills. It ain't going away. So how better than to get used to it? And of course, some of the objectives. Again, this is all on our PowerPoint here, just highlighting a couple of things. We talk about defining digital natives. They're all digital natives now, aren't they? All of them. It's very scary. Of course, our big angle, of course, is connecting the role of the press to students' use of digital information. Again, we can go on and on. We love the press here, but boy, they do provide a lot of material and when they screw up. And what's so awesome about it now is that it's out there forever. Okay, they can say we're sorry as many times as we want, but you did post this. But sometimes they remove their posts too, and I have personally have an issue with that because press allows you to make mistakes. Own both when you get it right and own it when you get it wrong. But how do we help our students know that they screwed up? So applying tools, and also our class here, applying tools to help your specific classroom context. So hopefully the different ways that we talk about this, you can adapt and use in your classroom today. Now, our pedagogy, heavy thumb, our pedagogy, we look through three lenses, through historical connections, media literacy, and civics and citizenship. And so we're highlighting a little bit of those angles today because we apply these lenses to all of our classes. Certainly the emphasis today is media literacy. And our strategies, which you've already seen a little bit already, small and large group discussions. We debate. We want them to role play. We want the students to walk in the feet of the journalists, because it's very easy to be critical in this nice air conditioned room. It's another when they're out there being shot at, right? It's easy to be accurate, fair, and clear. Looking at primary source document analysis. Photos tell a lot of information, but maybe something is missing. We'll talk about that in a moment. And of course, case studies from either each table, and of course our virtuals will have a case study in just a couple moments. We do that with practically all of our classes, having that hands-on time. One of the ways, Adam showed a picture of himself doing a virtual class. We're doing more virtual classes because if some of you know, sometimes the hoops, the chutes, and the ladders, and all that you have to do to get your kids to go get out of the classroom is very difficult. And we've been doing online classes for our media literacy class for many months now. Some they're just across town, others across around the world. We've done. Adam, where have you taught the class? Hungary? Group in California? Yep. New Guinea? Fairfax, the Great Wilds of Fairfax. Fairfax County in Virginia. And again, so you can imagine there are some technical challenges, but that's why we schedule ahead and we test. We test as best we can, but even the best things can go wrong. Usually we do show of hands if you believe the story or not. What Adam has done is what we've been using is something called Poll Everywhere. How many of you have heard of Poll Everywhere? How many of you have used it in your class? Excellent. Well, that's great. So for those of you who have not known, this is what's really cool about it. As long as there are some different plans, if you want to use it for free, as long as the 25 responses or less. So that there are ways, and I know you're all creative in that regard. So we're going to do a poll all together. I'm going to put this into action. So some of you already understand the premise of sometimes the directions are a little obtuse and how to vote. But when it's free, you go through it, right? Whatever, however they want. So today, one poll, I'm sorry if I'm blocking. You just tell me if I'm blocking. What is your favorite First Amendment freedom? And don't worry, we're not taping. Well, we are taping this, aren't we? So, so stand by your vote. So again, the way you do it, you'll just pull up your cell phone. You can respond online. You text one of these codes to 22333 or tweet at poll. Someone already figured it out. It's on its way. Let's see. And of course, there's no right or wrong answers here. Now I feel like I'm doing a telethon as you guys. As you guys are putting your votes. Speech is rolling. Will anyone pick the assembly or petition? Well, because I call the stepchildren of the First Amendment, because no one ever picks them. There we go. So, and of course, virtuals, if you can do this too. If you want to text one of the code to 22333. And no, you can't say all the above. Because that's a good exercise too, frankly. If you want to ask your students which of the 5 freedoms can you live without, that might be some really good discussion as well. Because then you have to explain why. And hopefully what they take away is like, oh, they're all important. Again, my personal bias. So we have religion at 4, speech at 12, and press at 2. So those who voted speech, why? Why is that the most important to you? And say your name and your address, and NSA will talk to you later. Who'd like? Want to have your voice heard? Absolutely. What else? Is it just limited to talking? No. What other forms of speech are there? Action. Certainly, there's a lot of overlap. Oh, who did assembly? Yay, virtual. All right. Because think about now, just the way technology is changing assembly. You don't have to be together in the same room now. There's online assembly. It's technology is changing all the rules. All right, so that's Poll Everywhere. So again, it's a wonderful tool to use in your classroom, of course. So we do this with what we call our warm-up with the media literacy is we show them stories. These are stories that we have found online. And this one is particularly one of our favorites. Star Spangled Dancing. So in July of 2012, many people posted a link on Facebook to a story about the forgotten dance that accompanies the national anthem. Now, there is another poll. Liz, are we ready to go with this poll? All good. That's what we like to hear. So we have another poll everywhere. Again, virtuals, we want to hear from you whether or not you believe that there is a dance that accompanies the Star Spangled Banner. So you have the code there. If you believe it, 30631, or you do not believe it, 30785. Well, see, the visuals are fun too, kind of go up and down. All right, a couple more seconds and we'll go back. Looks like this is a room that's not quite believing this story. And again, those of you who have voted, what are you going on when you make your vote? Is it based on fact, you know, definitively there's definitely, or are you just trusting your gut and saying that sounds crazy? Yeah, that's okay. At least you're going through some sort of process. So, all right, so we have about 15 that do not believe it. We have 5 who do believe it. So, of course, the answer, drum roll, it's not true. It's not a true story. How many of you have heard of The Onion? Yes, this is The Onion, one of the very few articles that we found that actually did not have any profanity, so we could actually use it in here. We have, yes. And what made us filled with joy was that they actually had a diagram on how you would do this dance. Have you ever been to any sporting event when they do stand and wouldn't that be amazing? Everyone getting smacked in the face if they're doing splits. But again, other people did not realize it came from The Onion, and some people who were historians who should have known better said, wow, we never heard of it. And they posted and shared it. And The Onion danced, right? Yeah, people. So again, that's part of our warm-ups. That might be a great challenge for your students to try and find an actual story that they can try and position as whether or not your fellow classmates believe it or not. Okay.
I saw this thing went around Facebook a couple weeks ago where there was a picture of Hillary Clinton back in college sitting in front of a bookshelf. Did you see that? And
Yeah.
somebody had photoshopped a Confederate flag behind her. And I don't spend a lot of time on some of these websites, but it was amazing, like the comments. Of course she's like that. She's such a hypocrite, blah blah blah. People were so angry. And then
Yeah, the rage in comment sections on newspapers. There's a lot of newspapers they have dropped comment sections because it's just not worth it anymore. Some of the vitriol, sometimes it can be very humorous and people get it, but man, some people have some agendas. So let's talk about the way that we introduce the idea of media literacy to our students. How many of you have heard of the reporter's questions? Yeah, we've all done it. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. We are hoping that our reporters are actually asking questions starting with these important words so they can get to the bottom of something. Okay? We turn that about 90 degrees, and again, we ask the idea of what is a consumer? What is a consumer? Somebody who consumes, take something in. Again, it could be you take in information. I like using an example with the students that you're helping, if they're helping the family go grocery shopping and you're asked to go get some aspirin. You go to the aspirin aisle and you've been there at CVS. There's like 80 brands of and you have so many choices, but eventually you make that choice. Okay, same sort of thing. So who made Star Spangled Banner? Why was it made? Well, how was the information sourced or not? When was it made? What's missing? Where do I go from here if I'm really interested in dancing and national anthems? And again, this worksheet, I believe, is also on the Google community because you'll be working on this in just a moment with your table mates. So we're going to go through these very quickly. The idea of who made this, who are the authors? Can you tell if it's a professional journalist? Is it an average Joe? Is it someone who is actually standing up and naming themselves, or is it by anonymous? So in looking at these examples, you have, looks like website from New York Times. You have something from White House. Who made these websites? Who are these people? Employee of the White House? That'd be again, educated guesses. What about for New York Times? Who's putting the content up? journalists, editors. Yeah. So again, you assume that these are professionals who are working on these websites. Certainly, New York Times certainly has, I think, for the most part, a decent reputation. So you assume, okay, professionals are working on these websites and they're providing good information. Come on, Clicko. There we go. So how is the information sourced? Is the author citing anything? And this is probably a question that might be a little more obtuse for your students because these articles don't come with a bibliography, right? Or might be a little hard. Are the authors citing credible sources? Again, how often do you see an important story, an anonymous source at the White House, or Capitol Hill? It can be very frustrating. And is it coming through print, digital, or social media? And that could matter. Again, these are actual tweets from that took place during the Boston bombing from a couple of years ago, where well, you had people tweeting out incorrect information who the suspects were, and they were finding this on their own. Like they targeted someone on Facebook who had gone missing, and the family was looking for him, but he had a Middle Eastern name. So, oh, they're looking. That must be one of the suspects, and they just started tweeting this out. And even though the FBI is saying don't listen, we have the most recent information. It's just like anything else. Rumors explode in times of crisis, right? And the bad thing, well, here's your freedom of speech in action here. They've identified incorrect information, and finally, Associated Press got the right information. But who is Dylan Byers? Some dude. And sometimes you can get informations from some dude, and it can be. But Associated Press, again, there's a little more of a reputation there. So you hope that they got the information directly from FBI. Why was it made? Is it to inform, to get attention, make money? It's okay. If they're upfront for making money, I have no problem with it. Is it to change my mind, reinforce my beliefs? So on the right-hand side, you have a Facebook page for a museum. Why did the museum create a Facebook page? Yes, promote. We want you to come here. Shocking. We talk about what we're doing, and we're talking about what we're doing here today. What about Gawker? How you too can joust naked on a bicycle. Entertainment that's fun. You click. Yeah, again, it's to share information, amuse. I love going to Daily Show. Of course, only 3 more weeks of that. So look at the videos and amuse myself. And it's thinking. Okay, when was it made? This is a big one, I think, because again, if it's current, if it's outdated, and this one has enough time passed to verify the facts. Yes. Yeah. Yes, people reporting celebrities who've died long ago, they seem to come up. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Even on if you read the absolutely, because even some article, some mainstream media, I'll go at the bottom just to see, and they are reposting articles that were posted months ago. So that's a little confusing. And sometimes for something like a Boston bombing tragedy or something, or even what happened in Charleston, it takes time for facts to come through. And we put a lot of pressure on the press to get it out there. And the press wants to be first. But when bad things happen, how fast do we want the information? We want it right away. So sometimes you have to go back to check to see if enough information has passed. So this is a search on Google Books about Thomas Jefferson. You can only begin to imagine how many books have been written about Thomas Jefferson. But when you're looking at some of the the date range here, when do you think this list was created, or just what could be a challenge if you're reading books about Thomas Jefferson when it comes to our time in history? What might some of the challenges be? How do you think people think of Thomas Jefferson back in 1941 versus 2006? Yes. More things come up about the slave situation. Sally Hemings absolutely might be coming up more in this time period. So again, that could be one challenge. Moving on. What's missing? This is personally my favorite because the kids really have to think about some abstract thoughts here. Because it's not going to say, oh, this article is missing this, right? Is it telling the whole story? What perspectives aren't represented? What questions aren't being asked? So I'm going to show you a picture. Pretend you've never seen this person ever in your life. You have no idea what's going on. What's going on here in this picture? What's happening? Yes. Okay. 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 Front pillar. Okay, so this gentleman, African American gentleman, he's looks like he's talking to a bunch of microphones. He's gesturing with his hand. Is he indoors or outdoors? Likely to be outdoors. Okay, because those pillars are pretty big. Is he talking to a lot of people or a few people? How do you know? Yeah, how do you know if it's a lot of people? You ever seen some press conferences at the White House? Yeah, they have a lot of mics, but maybe there's only about 30 people. Again, I'm purposely messing with you. So it's part of the fun. I saw a hand back here. He's definitely projecting. Maybe he's talking based on. It looks like he's really projecting. Yeah, you can read body English too. It could be an opera. Well, Marion. Yes, Marion Anderson. Yep, it could be. It's an unusual opera. Someone in a coat and tie. Yeah. So absolutely. So now show you so a little more information. So what's happening here? Is he about to start his speech or is he finishing? Or is he finished? You think he's finished? How so? Don't see the microphones. And where at least you know where you are now, right? The telltale sign of the Washington Post. Looks like there's a lot of people there. We still don't know who he is. Do we know it? Is he just waving to the crowd, or how do you know that even a speech was given? It could be a grocery list. I need eggs. No? Okay. So what's missing from those two photos? What would be helpful? Words. Yes. How about the accompanying of article on how Dr. Martin Luther King spoke in August of 1963? I have a dream speech here in Washington, D.C. And hopefully you'll have an opportunity in your time here to go see the exhibit, um, you know, upstairs on the fourth floor. But certainly it'd be really nice to have some more information. Photo captions can help too. So if you're really gung-ho, you want to learn more about the March on Washington, where do I go from here? Where can I find verification of these facts? Yeah, fourth floor. What could I, thank you for not saying Google. That's one of my pet peeves. We'll talk about that in a second. What could I create to counter or improve this information? Just how many times when you ask your kids to research something, or certainly in here, where they get information, they all say Google. Every single time. It drives me nuts. I have to ask them, how many of you use Bing? Anybody? Oh, Bing's toast. No one ever uses Bing. But trying to think, trying to have them think outside of the Google box. Nothing wrong against Google. We are using Google, right? But even thinking like asking a research librarian, go Tom Sawyer and have someone else do the heavy lifting, right? You can go to places like Smithsonian. You can go to National Geographic, depending on the different perspectives. Because sometimes Google's not going to give you your best search. Even Wikipedia, I know, I said it. Wikipedia, you don't source it, but what's really awesome about it is that it's the articles at the very end. If you are truly not getting the answers that you want, go there, and then it'll start you on your path. Okay? Now, so again, just to reinforce consumer questions, who made this? Why was this made? How is the information sourced? When was this made? What is missing? And where do I go from here? You're going to be examining a website by groups, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the virtuals are number 7. And I'm going to be giving you an assignment, and you're going to go to Google Community to access the worksheet as well as the links to your website. But I want you to be able to say, is this a valid source, and what purpose does this website serve? So I think we're just going to keep it simple, just do by groups, okay, since we're already seated. But you're going to access the consumer questions, go to Google Community. You're going to see day 1. I think it's activity number 2 or 3, might be 3. and just hit the read more, because you're going to find these websites with live links right there in your Google community. And virtuals, please go ahead and do zombie apocalypse. So what does this mean? So we have Virginia state elections for group 1, Crimea confusion group 2, serendipity group 3, DHMO group 4, Missouri River flooding group 5, zombie apocalypse group 6 and 7. Take about 5-10 minutes, try and fill out those worksheets, and we'll come together to share. If you have any troubles, please raise your hands. We'll come and help you. Okay, we're about to come back in about 30 seconds to start with the case study discussion. So start wrapping up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can please turn your attention back up here. And just to remind you, if you we still have some leftover food from this morning's breakfast, so feel free to stand up and go back and grab something. Um, if you need to nosh a little bit more, that is perfectly fine. So we're going to share out. We're going to start with the Virginia state elections, and so we're starting with Group One. So Group One, if you want to describe how did you answer some of the questions? Basically, again, like who did who wrote this? What is this all about?
The website that we were taken to was really a spreadsheet that had the data in it.
Okay.
And that was all it was just kind of a straight up spreadsheet. Dave Waxman was listed as the person from the report,
Yep.
which appears to be a relatively reputable source.
Mm-hmm.
He indicates in the beginning of the spreadsheet that he got the results from the official results from the state of Virginia, and he actually sources the link to that particular place.
So this is a guy who seems to be connected with a well-respected news outpost. He's pulling information from the Commonwealth of Virginia. So, yep. Mm-hmm.
What he signifies is he's trying to catch or account for errors in both counties in what appears to be a pretty close election.
Yep.
It was made in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
What is missing is, as I said, it's a straight up spreadsheet.
Yes, it's a straight spreadsheet. Again, you can look on the links, and so you can follow along as well.
No analysis, simply data, no narrative or context. Actually, this tweet provides some of what we thought was missing.
Mm.
And where to go would be maybe checking out the source website or finding out a little bit more about the implications of the vote.
Okay. So overall, do you trust Mr. Wasserman? Do you think this is on? Looks like it's on the level. Okay. Well, this is a race that goes back almost 2 years ago for state attorney general, and the two candidates they only were it was less than 1,000 votes that separated them. So that's off happens. You got to do a recount. The problem was that there, at least what Mr. Wasserman got to the bottom of. Again, he's not an election official. He's reporting. He considers himself like an election nerd. Said, whoa, there's a whole bunch of votes missing from Fairfax County, to about 3,000 absentee ballots, which in a race like that, yes, that does matter. And there was a live tweet exchange between Dave and the person who was in charge of the recount. First, the guy said, no, there's no problem. We don't know what you're talking about. But Wasserman was persistent. And finally, they did it and they checked, like, oh, you know what? You're right. There's a problem. We found those votes. So, what the outcome? Well, the Democrat won, the Republican conceded, and that was it. It was all peaceful. That's how, it's very important for the election results to be accepted. All I have to say to you is Bush v. Gore. Okay, so but in this case, social media, hooray, social media worked. Now, would mainstream media gotten to this story? Probably eventually, but maybe might have been too late. Okay, so here it worked beautifully. So excellent analysis. Let's go on to group two, Crimea confusion, group two. What did you learn about this site?
It's basically a Google map.
It's a Google map, yeah.
They use kind of a Twitter feed on the side. They post
Twitter feeds on sides.
thumbnails to show you where things are happening.
Thumbnails are happening. Where is it taking place?
We're in Ukraine.
In the Ukraine.
Have links to different sites that we've gotten as well, depending on what town you're looking at.
Right.
The tough part about it is because anyone can post, and so even if
Anyone can post, right.
sources,
Mm.
it takes you back to their Twitter account
Mhm.
where they may or may not have an actual source to the information.
So the sources are missing. So when you start drilling down trying to find it, then it got a little vague in terms of where the information was coming from. But yeah, yes, please.
There was a tweet that said that 2 civilians were killed
Yeah. So someone was putting out something that turned out to be false. That two people had died, and someone on the Twitter feed said, "Nope, you're wrong." Who's telling the truth? You don't know. So, do you trust this website overall? A good starting point. Okay. So, what would be missing? Where would you go for more information then? Ah, so you have that language thing. Yeah, sure. So if it's in the Ukraine language, it certainly can be very difficult. But overall, it's a starting point. It's not necessarily you trust it, but at least it points to you in a particular direction. Okay. Um, when I found this website, we do a lot of international classes here, and it was for a group of from Ukraine, a group of two, but it was part of their program. And we drilled down together. We started digging where this thing came from, where this because it seems very informative. It tells what was going on in Crimea when the Russians started, or those rebels were causing all that mischief in Crimea. The second these two young ladies saw that it was Russian email addresses attached to this, they said it's garbage. They just said we don't want anything to do with it. Now that is one that's a different perspective because they have a little bit in the game here, but that has just stayed with me. Just looking at they had that .ru at the end. They said they washed their hands of it. So it depends. There might be some good information here, but the old buyer beware, right? They might have an agenda. They might have an agenda. Great analysis group 2. We're moving on to serendipity group 3. All right, tell me what's going on with this one. Really? I sense some sarcasm with your really legit. But please, so who made this? Tough to tell. Wasn't exactly forthcoming. No picture, biography. Okay, so a little bit hidden. Um, Why did they create this website? What's it all about? So personal agenda that 9/11 was an inside job. Okay. Right. Mm. Okay. Okay. So he's linking to articles he wrote himself. So he's sourcing himself. Okay. Okay. So what's missing here? Everything. Everything. Okay. All right. Well, because I see that like this site censored at Wikipedia. There's a visual clue. If Wikipedia doesn't want it, wow. Like what? They have standards? Why? I guess the line is drawn here. So, do you believe or not believe this source? Do you pass this along to FBI? Perhaps. Maybe they're watching this guy very closely. But again, the beauty of the 5 freedoms, here's freedom of press. There it is. Absolutely, you could say whatever you want. So I hope you enjoyed that one. Okay, good. Okay, group 4, dhmo.org. What is this all about? Who created this? Who is Tom Way? Can't find a web presence. Okay. He's not even on Wikipedia. Now that's covering up your footprint. What is this website all about? Why is this made?
Well, we had some prior knowledge,
Ah.
we also had some science knowledge.
Ooh, science knowledge.
About water.
Excellent. How many of you knew that dihydrogen monoxide is water? How often do we fool people when we show this because they don't know what H2O is? So you had that. So who provided that key point?
Well, she didn't say anything. I remembered that the water was, which is weird because she's English. So I'm very proud of myself right now.
Excellent.
And I'm smart because some of our babies.
Oh, so you use this as well? Excellent. It's a great one to use.
So that was a clue to me that something was off. So then I looked carefully at the title, and so you know what I mean. It was sort of mixed with prior knowledge.
So what's missing from this website besides information about Mr. Way?
lack of science knowledge that people have. And
Purposely playing on the lack of science
yeah,
knowledge. Okay.
like sensationalism.
Sensationalism. So so it might be kind of tough for you to see if again please feel free to click on it on the Google activity page because you have this very dramatic photo that says DHMO contaminated sewage. If you do not know what DHMO is, you're going to be concerned. But obviously, it's just water in a pipe. Okay. Another thing that if DHMO, if you sit on it for too long, you can freeze. Well, that's called ice. Or if you ingest too much of DHMO, that's you've drowned. Inhale it exactly. So, how many of your students believe that .orgs are always trustworthy? They have a reputation. If it's a .org, oh, they're all about the people. Anybody can get a website that ends in .org, okay, or any suffix that you want. If you have the money, places like GoDaddy are happy to take your money and you can get your own website that ends in .org. So, a little bit about Tom Way. Here he is. He's a real person. He is a professor. He got his PhD in computer science from University of Delaware. He teaches up at Villanova. So why he did this as a writing exercise, writing therapy, because he was so tired of how everything is sensationalized. So it's almost like well, I'm going to show them. I'm going to make them freak out over water. Sorry. Started as a pamphlet in 1990. And there's PayPal links too. He's selling stuff. Buy t-shirts, absolutely. So, well, hooray for Mr. Way. Isn't the Five Freedoms fabulous? All right. Yes.
Well, I was just going to say this is great too in terms of the lesson on word choice and connotations of words.
Connotation of words. Words are very, very powerful. Absolutely. So just switching that out. But again, it's basically what he said was not incorrect, but it's certainly the way it was presented is definitely trying to stir the pot. Going on to group. So again, yeah, blow off steam. Yep. So it's amazing what you can do in your own basement and typing away. So now we moved on to Missouri River flooding to group 5. Tell us about this website. What is CNN iReport anyway? Can you guys tell me what that is? Yes. Posted by citizens. Right. So it might be news reporting. It is on the CNN site. Okay. Do we know who created this particular story? Who goes by the handle of Bismarck Man? Okay. So do we know anything about Mr. Armstrong? Okay. Okay. Owns Dakota Talk Network. Okay. Okay, Catholic broadcast and print reporter. Why did he create this story? Draw attention to the flood. Again, I guess you can start reading into, well, maybe he felt it wasn't getting the coverage it deserved. Okay. So you think his intentions are honorable? Maybe? Okay. It seems to be. Where did he get this photo? Again, emails on Facebook. Yeah, part of the point of the exercise why we rush, because how you probably spent more time on this website more than any other website you've done lately, right? You're really thinking about it because it's usually like this. So maybe he got it from Google Images. Where else? Okay. Not vetted by CNN. So so do you trust this posting? Or is it just, maybe it's more anecdotal? Okay. Because again, there's a lot of flooding that goes on across the country, but it looks like this picture, you can see a reflection, there's glass. So where on earth is this taken? So here's their get out of jail free card, so to speak, not vetted by CNN. How often have you watched local news or any type of news and they say, if you're there, send us your pictures? They do it all the time now. How often, can you imagine the number of pictures that at least one editor can see a day, let alone the whole They're seeing hundreds of pictures a day. Where is this coming from? So slap on, a little not vetted by CNN. Again, citizen journalists working in tandem. There is some good stuff, but CNN iReport is for citizen journalists. So you looked like you were a little cautious, like it might be good for anecdotal. Where would you go to get more information? Don't say Google. Google.
Verified source,
Like what? Like
maybe some of the things he's quoting.
maybe some of the things he's quoting. What about local news? Yeah, look up what's going on. This is where you go to Missouri sources. You know, nothing against national news, but you better believe the people in this area, if their reporters are reporting on this, go there. Go to the local TV stations. They probably have more information. All right. We always end our media literacy class with our personal favorites, the zombie apocalypse. Now, this is group 6 and our virtuals. Hopefully virtuals might have some entered their comments. So who wrote this? Who created this? CDC. Are they legitimate? Yes. Okay. Yes, we have known it's, Cedars Center for Disease Control. Is there a particular? It's on their website, but who actually wrote this thing? Oh, I want to hear from Group 6. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Who is Alias Khan? Ah. So you dug a little bit deeper because it looks like some weird blog post. So we'll get to Alias Khan in a second. Why does this article even exist? What's its purpose? Its true purposes is to get people really prepared for the real emergencies. It's kind of buried here. You may laugh now, but when it happens, you'll be happy you read this. And hey, maybe you'll even learn a thing or two about how to prepare for a real emergency. How many of your students think zombies are real? I've had a couple hands raised on that. Okay. I think they're kidding. I hope they're kidding. But again, it's how often, depending where you live, when they say like there's a weather announcement and you just go la la la, you've heard it before. So they're trying to get your attention again, so you're hearing it as though it's for the first time. So you are prepared for the hurricane. You are prepared for the tornado. Do you believe this article? It was. It's kind of half and half, but so it's entertainment. It has good information, and that's fine too. So I'd like to introduce to you, here is Rear Admiral Alias Khan. When I found this gentleman's picture about 3 summers ago, again, we were all thrilled. It's like, wow, why would a guy so high up in command, why would he do this? Get people's attention. If you dig deeper into this blog post, it's one of the most popular ones I think the government has ever put out. It still gets traffic. Some of the comments are hilarious. Some of them get the joke. Some of them posted, well, a silver, baseball bat can really stop those zombies. Okay. Others typed in, this is an outrage and a waste of taxpayer money. Oh, God, lighten up, Francis. It's a joke. But it got people to look at this stuff. Okay. So again, if you wanted to find more information, if you want to find more information about zombies apocalypse, they're out there. But if you say, wow, there's some good information here about hurricane, maybe I need to do some more searching, it might point you in another direction. So that's some of the things that I'm going to turn this back over to Adam, but hopefully you have some ideas on how you can incorporate some of this into your own classrooms. Again, they're online anyway. Try and get them to find some really cool websites that they can share and see if they can basically punk their classmates, because there are a lot of great things out there. All right. Thanks for playing. And here is Adam.
Okay, so I'll move on to the next part here. I've introduced Kat Wilmot, a museum archivist, and she's going to show you guys some great historical newspapers about the civil rights movement. And one thing I want to show you guys is this the Museum Institute here. This is a survey they did about whether or not the media has bias. And as you see over time, 2004 to today, it went from 58 to 70% disagree that the media reports without bias. So it's showing that in general, people look at the media and think there's a lot of bias there. And there is. There can be a lot of bias. A lot of it is editorial content that you might mistake, think it's normal reporting of a story, but there's an agenda behind it. And the civil rights movement is a great example of bias in news. The events were not always covered fairly. And hope by looking at some of the historical documents that we're going to look at in a moment, you will actually get to see examples of that, and then we'll work through that. So we clear the center here so Kat can bring the card up to the front for a second, and she will get started and show you lots of great stuff.
So, as Adam said, my name's Kat, and I am the archivist here for the Historic Print News Collection. Our print news collection dates back to 1493, and we continue collecting on issues that are pertinent today. So, I brought with me some things that date back to the oldest one I have is 1789. And because I first want to put the civil rights movement in a little bit of context for you guys to show what was happening during the 19th century and the 17th century, what led up to the need for the civil rights movement. So the first item that I have, and I'm going to pass these out, like I said, if you need a little bit more information, you can just turn it over and look at the back if you can't remember why it's so important. This is the Gazette of the United States. It's dated 1789. And this right here with the red arrow points is the Bill of Rights as it was sent to the states for ratification. The first two articles did not pass, and so you'll see that the third article contains the First Amendment as we know it today. And the civil rights movement used a lot of the five freedoms that we see in the First Amendment. So we're going to pass that out for you guys to look at. The second item I have is a Charleston, South Carolina paper from 1808. And you'll notice how my little sticky fell off on this one, so I apologize. But if you look through here, you'll see $20 reward, $100 reward. So there's a number of runaway slave advertisements on this newspaper. The next item I have is from 1848, and this is the North Star. So can anyone tell me who published this newspaper? Frederick Douglass. Yep, this particular issue was about 6 months after he first started publishing, so it's pretty early on in the newspaper's career, and that is 1848. And you can read there the statement of purpose, why he's publishing that newspaper. The next item I have is from 1857. This is Frank Leslie's Illustrated. It was a very popular illustrated newspaper for the time. This was published right after the Dred Scott decision by the Supreme Court. So Frank Leslie sent a reporter and an illustrator out to interview Dred Scott. And here he's shown with his wife and his two daughters. The next item is a runaway slave broadside, and this is from 1862. You can see that it gives a description of the person that they're looking for. And this is actually a local piece. This is from Bladensburg, Maryland. And then our next paper is from 1862. Here's some good news. a New York paper, and this is President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, which would take place in 1863. We can still see 100 years later that blacks are still fighting for the rights because they're not given rights under the law still, even 100 years later. This paper is from Topeka, Kansas. It's from 1954, and this is the Brown versus Board of Education decision banning school segregation. And the next paper just has a little article right here, and it says kidnapped boy's body found in stream in Mississippi. It's from 1955. Emmett Till. Yep. He's kind of, as you know, seen as the catalyst for the modern civil rights movement. This is a Time magazine from 1957 featuring Martin Luther King. It was right after the Montgomery bus boycott was successful, and he is now being kind of shown to the world as the face of the civil rights movement. This is a Cleveland newspaper. It's on Little Rock, Arkansas, and the integration of the high school there. This man seen in the corner is L. Alex Wilson. He was a black reporter. You can see he's being beaten here. He refused to run away from the crowd, the white mob that was there, and he was severely injured at that time. The next item is pretty cool. I like it. It's the first issue of this newspaper, the Mississippi Free Press. And this was Medgar Evers' newspaper that he started. He talks here, a newspaper is born. So he's talking about the statement of purpose, why it's being published. And it's being published in order to counteract the white media and to give a different voice to what's really happening in Mississippi at the time. And then we go to 1963. This is the New York Times, obviously a very influential newspaper. And they're showing the Birmingham campaign. And you can see the iconic photos of the police dogs and the water hoses. And this is showing the nation, you know, what's happening during that time period. We have a Birmingham, Alabama newspaper next. So this is a local paper about George Wallace trying to deny Vivian Malone and James Hood entrance into the University of Alabama. Our next issue is the Pittsburgh Courier. This is also from 1963. This is an African-American publication, and it's reporting on the March on Washington and Martin Luther King's famous I Have a Dream speech. And then I have two papers from 1964 on the same topic. The first one is also an African-American publication, the Chicago Daily Defender, and it's reporting on the 3 student workers that are missing in Mississippi, Goodman, Schwerner, and Cheney. And then also on the same topic, this is finding the bodies of those 3 civil rights workers who were murdered. This is the Student Voice, and this was actually the official newspaper of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And they have so much good information. We have a set of about 20 of these, and it really reports things that other newspapers weren't reporting, you know, about all of the violence that was taking place in Mississippi and other parts of the country. So on to some good news in '64, the signing of the Civil Rights Act by Lyndon B. Johnson. And then we're going into '65 now, the last 2 items. The first is Jet magazine, and Jet reported heavily on the civil rights movement. This is a special issue about the Selma March in 1965, which led to the signing of the voting rights law in '65 here. So that's our next newspaper. So if you guys have any questions on anything, let me know. I also know, I think you have an activity that you're going to be doing with these. So feel free to, what's that? Okay. And feel free to take photos without flash. That would be great.
Yeah, so you will be doing an activity. I'll give you the real specifics after you have a chance to walk through. But you'll be looking at one of these artifacts, and there's a scenario you're going to kind of play through, and you're going to create a document kind of talking about its bias, its purpose, or its why it exists. So I'll explain it in more detail, but just you can take pictures of ones you're really interested in. So this one you definitely want to work on. Take a picture of that with your phone so you can put it up on your computer and work on it when you get back to your desk.
If I can just ask that you don't put any bias.
All right, so now I'm going to explain your assignment. So what we're going to look at, basically each table is going to be a team. So some are three, some are four, and you're going to have a scenario. So your scenario is slower. So now it's okay. So you are an energetic citizen concerned with the state of the country, particularly civil rights. You just read a news report in your local paper that has caused you considerable alarm for its misrepresentation of the current situation. There's only one thing to do: thoroughly explain to the editor the error of his ways. Now, depending on this artifact you want to use, if you want to come from a different angle, that's possible because they're not all necessarily against civil rights. But just think about how something's represented, what you might like to see, um, and what you're going to do is in your group, choose one of the artifacts, select a Google tool. So it just could be something as simple as Google Docs or Sheets, Google Drawing. You can draw on the image, whatever you choose to do, and create a presentation of your analysis. So basically, the idea is the editor is the teacher, you guys are the students. And so if you had a student looking at this, how could they create something using a Google tool to explain to you how this was put together, how it was right, how it was wrong, what might it be able to improve, what's missing, things like that. So does that make sense? So again, at your table, just take one of the images and put together some sort of presentation with Google, and then you are going to have your own tables gallery walk, and you'll come around and look at the screen wherever you created it and see what each group did in the class. So we have 15 minutes for that. So at 11:25, we will share out. You'll go through the gallery and look at everyone's work. So we are now back. So here's how this is going to work. I've not every table was able to complete their entire presentation to their liking. So how this gallery walk will work is one person for each group is going to need to stay at the table to kind of explain what their presentation is, how it works. So if you weren't able to actually finish everything, you can explain kind of what you've done and then talk about where it's going to go, the idea behind it, how you're going to finish it up. That way you can share out all of your ideas at least, and everyone can hopefully take something back to the classroom and use it there. So that person will stay at the table. Everyone else is just going to rotate through table to table as a group. You can just go, I guess, one go to two, six go to one, and just flow through the room. And that way, take about 30 seconds or so, 45 seconds max at each table to learn about what their presentation was. And now, about 5 minutes or so, we'll finish everything up and then share and move on to the next part. So, figure out who's going to stay behind and share, and then we'll start moving through the rooms. Okay, so I hope everyone got a chance to see what everyone was working on and to get a sense of how you can use these tools to deconstruct or make an argument using images or text. I saw lots of different possibilities there. So if one or two people like to share kind of what they learned or if they saw something that they would like to try or adapt for their own classroom, to share that out before we move on, I think that would be helpful. Yeah, that's a good point, and I think having using Google Drawing as a way to annotate like your thoughts or questions you would ask onto a document to help model and let them see what they could do, or maybe add two more to this document. I have two. Think in the similar vein. What else can you do? Now here's a blank one. Do that yourself. And that's some that close reading skills is challenging, and doing it in that visual way and kind of seeing it laid out, I think can help students, especially when you get overwhelmed of how much information might be there. How do you take it apart? So excellent. Anything else? Yeah, visually break things down. And I know it gives you a sense of ownership over the work more so than just typing it out. Like having to put your own visual persona onto something can be a lot of fun and make it more engaging. So that's a good way too. You got to highlight different parts with visualization. Yeah, so I saw a lot of great stuff. So let's move on to the next part. We're going to get out and see one of the galleries here. Before we do that, I'm going to quickly talk about Twitter. Obviously, you guys use Twitter. You've been following your tweets all morning, and you are tweeting everything that's going on, which is great. Um, Obviously, this is up here in case you're unfamiliar with Twitter, the basic, and also just thinking about if you're going to use this in the classroom or just talking to your students who use it socially, how to use it constructively as well. Just the idea of the ad identifies the user, the hashtag puts your tweet into a certain conversations like the ANEW15 conversation, and how that's a cool way to kind of file and search and look for things on Twitter to see what's being said about something in the news or anything that's taking place. And that's a very helpful way to figure that out. I know last week a couple of teachers were talking about using specific hashtags for their class that are unique to create conversations and have the students be able to track what's going on and discuss things. I'm not sure. Did you hear that, Catherine? Those,
This makes a question maybe for another time, but wondering if people who use Twitter in the classroom, how do you deal with privacy and parent permission? I teach sixth grade, and I had enough trouble with like they all got Gmail accounts through Montgomery County this year, and even that people were using.
yeah, Twitter's challenging, especially for teaching at the upper elementary, lower and middle school age. If you're teaching juniors, they likely all have a smartphone and have Twitter on their phone. Like 95% of the student population is probably using it, so it's not as um, out of the way. But it's also something that you can almost adapt in an old-fashioned way, like have a board in your room, like a Twitter board, or what people post things. There's ways to kind of incorporate the ideas and conversation behind it into the classroom in order and not actually using the technology, because if you're teaching sixth graders, they might not all have phones and have access to Twitter, have parents who want them using Twitter. So that can be a challenge. And it is definitely a school to school county to county, district to district, public to private situation where it's go talk to the administrators, see what they feel, if it's something you can or can't use, and figure out what you can adapt.
We tell the parents why we're using it, how we're using it, and here's what I'm comfortable actually create a Twitter account themselves that they can monitor if there's needed, especially at that place like pre-resident. They definitely in eighth grade. I don't really have that anymore, but when they first enter, that's like that makes them feel comfortable.
Okay.
They can monitor and see what's happening.
So they're bringing the parents on too, so they can see what's going on and be a part of it.
Exactly. And they feel like a little more comfortable.
Yeah.
They can kind of see what's happening.
See the purpose
that it's
behind it. Yeah.
educational for- right, exactly.
Not just kids talking in school and they're not supposed to online, basically, things like that.
Our district has encouraged us to use it, and like all of our sports teams, all the crew teams have them, and so it's really nice if you can't make it to a game, somebody is tweeting and posting it on there. But I also presented to my parents and students to show them that Twitter is more than a place to mock someone or
Yeah.
to bully someone. And I showed them that writers that I read are on Twitter and they answer you. They
Yeah.
love when you tweet them. And
Yeah, it's an incredibly powerful tool if you use it constructively. Yeah, anyone can go on any form of social media and badmouth somebody and spread rumors and cause trouble, but you can also sometimes get into contact with people you'd never have a chance to talk to, get information, see what people are saying, join conversations, which is what makes it powerful and good to use. Yeah. 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 Exactly. I mean, and here we talk about the idea of the citizen journalist a lot, and you'll get this later in the week. But just how powerful it is in Ferguson and all of the other examples of police interaction, especially with African Americans, Eric Garner, and all this amazing how powerful that short video shot and uploaded onto Twitter online is. And it allows very small groups of people in different parts of the country to get information out, which is, yeah, exactly. Yeah. 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 Exactly. It does. And hopefully what we're about to do will give you an idea of how you could use it in the class. I have one more slide about the how-tos. Obviously, if you're with your students, these are public. Yes, you can do some private messaging, but it's something you just put out there and people can see. And there's a couple people mentioned that earlier, just the idea of you can make your mistakes now so much more publicly than before and being mindful of that. I know a lot of athletes and college programs thought you can't use Twitter, you can't use this because they post things and they get in trouble and it causes lots of issues. So you want to teach them about that. So the first thing we're going to do is quickly, just if you're haven't logged in or opened up your Twitter account yet today, I know a lot of you are already tweeting, just tweet to @NewseumEd or @AmLearner and the hashtag ANEW15. Tell us something you've really enjoyed so far. It gives us quick feedback of the first part of the day so we can look at that and think about that going forward. Also get you logged into Twitter because you're going to be using that for the next activity. So that way you have it set up. And if you have it on your phone, that would be best. If you have a computer, you can tweet things later for the activity if you don't have phone access. Okay, so what we're going to do next, and until 12:25, we'll be working on this. Um, we are going to go look at the Berlin Wall exhibit, which you've probably all seen coming down the stairs, the elevators today. You at least caught a glimpse of it. We're going to go through that, and we're going to have an activity using Twitter. So basically, each person is going to get a persona. You're either going to be from East Berlin or West Berlin. Thankfully, the room is roughly pointing north. So on this side, we have West Berlin. On this side, we have East Berlin. So you're going to be tweeting from the perspective of that person. So if you're West or if you're East. And you can determine to be whatever you want. If you want to be someone who supports the wall going up, you work for the government, you can be on the pro side, you can be against it, how it restricts your movement, whatever you want. But tweet from a specific persona. You're going to hashtag ANEW15 and then hashtag Cold War. That will get your message out there. So what I want you guys to think about is just what the Berlin Wall is a symbol. What is it a symbol of? Yeah, it's one of the biggest symbols of the Cold War. You know, we have the Iron Curtain turned by Winston Churchill, and then East Germany built literally an Iron Curtain in terms of this wall around the city. So we see that it's that division, that separation. What else is it a symbol of then? What does it restrict? Okay, speech. You know, one side of the wall had, one side could graffiti their side of the wall. One side, if you went near it, you were shot at, arrested. Very different experiences. It separated people. I think I remember seeing film of the Berlin Wall. The most powerful image I remember seeing, kind of highlighting that division. You see all the ones where people are trying to get through and they get hurt, they get attacked, they get stopped by the police. But there was a family that was divided, and a couple was getting married, and they were in, I think they were in East Berlin, but some of the family was in West Berlin. So they went up to the fourth or fifth floor in an apartment building near the wall and stood in the window. So their family on the other side of the wall could go to a window and see the couple getting married because they actually couldn't attend the wedding because they couldn't see their family. So it ranges it's that idea of politics, the Cold War, communism versus capitalism, democracy versus all these different things we think of. But at the very basic level, it divides friends and family in a city. And I thought that really highlighted how a simple thing of, oh yeah, I can go across town to my nephew or niece's wedding or whatever it is. It couldn't do that because of the wall. So there's a lot there. There's a lot of division. But through communication, there was a lot of knowledge being spread. There was a lot of hope and people trying to bring things down and talk about what's going on. So when we go to the gallery in just a moment, that's what you're going to think about. And I'll talk to you for a brief second before we go through, but you're going to go chronologically around the room from left to right. And as you go through, there's 4 main events that are described in a big text box on the exhibit. You're going to read over that and make your comments on Twitter about what's going on, what you think about it, what you feel about it, to kind of relive the Berlin Wall from a different perspective, a non-academic perspective, but more of a personal perspective. How would it affect you if you were living in this city at this time? And then we'll get back, we'll debrief, we'll talk about what you learned, any ideas that came into your mind of how you could use something like this in school, kind of taking a gallery walk, throwing a different twist on it, which is kind of cool. And then we'll head out for lunch. So we'll go with you so we get back at the right time. So if you want, just grab your phones. If you are using Twitter on your computer, remember what you might tweet. You can tweet it when you get back. All right, so let's talk about what you guys learned from that. It looks like everyone enjoyed it. Hopefully, you learned something and got to think about the Berlin Wall in a different way. So let's just share our initial thoughts. What do you think about the activity? What did you get from it? How can you maybe use it? Oh,
Just makes it come alive.
yeah, okay. We put more personal feeling into it, so it makes it a realistic event that happened and not just something you learned about in the textbook. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's a good way to not just let them see the perspectives, but also to practice that. And then by practicing that, it helps you identify it when you're researching and reading people's explanations and things. Good. Oh. Yeah, you have to say what you're saying and say it clearly, and you know, you don't want to have a tweet that's 10 tweets long. That's not fun to read. So yeah, that's a good point. And having a voice, getting able to say things. I think one thing too is you notice everyone was making comments. We don't think anyone actually responded to one of the tweets. You know, so one way to tweak this activity would be you have to make X number of posts, but you also have to comment to a post. So if and it has to be say someone on your side or someone on the other side of the wall that you disagree with, or to kind of create that discussion can help add an extra level to everything. Yeah, exactly. If you're here looking at an exhibit or doing something in school that's similar, just having that worksheet's more static. You're just putting your information down, and maybe you'll talk about it or share it later, but you don't have that. If you're putting your information out for other people to see, you're going to think about it more than if you're just, I got to fill up the worksheet. You know, that's definitely true, especially if it's public like that. It's going to be visible by all the students, and you want to put good work out there. You got something, Martin? That's a good point. Kind of break that barrier so that when they actually see something in real life that's important, they can start talking about it and covering it. Have a hashtag for it. Figure out what it is. Follow it. Add to the conversation.
I think it also, I did an activity like this summer with some kids when we went to a field trip. I think it also helps them rethink how to use social media because often they don't think of it as a concept that some people are learning.
Yeah.
So when you bring these concepts, it's like, oh, I never thought about it like that. But when you're doing it like this, also helps them create that digital footprint in a positive way.
Yeah.
And so
Instead
I
of
think
just,
it's twofold. Yeah.
so using Twitter to be engaged socially, show citizenship that you care, have a discussion, not just like, hey, we're at a movie, here's my food picture, whatever it is that you do on Twitter, which is fine and fun, but there's also a constructive way to use it and be a part of a discussion.
Creating that social activism, social justice, and those things.
Exactly. And then see how easy it is to do that, which I think that's being involved with any sort of thing seems challenging, and the internet has made it easier to get started. It's so hard to follow through and keep going, but that initial step in is not as tough.
I feel also that while we were doing this, we were having conversations with each other. Although we were still doing this reading,
Yeah.
we still were having these personal dialogues and conversations. I mean, we could say something like, what is this? I don't know. So even build that face to face.
Yeah.
And I think that
While you're in the gallery.
Yeah, while we were doing it, we were still using the technology, but it also was enhancing our conversations before we get ready to send something out. How did it make you feel?
Yeah, and you're seeing a discussion take place on your phone that creates more things to talk about to the people you're working with there, that are in your vicinity. So good, it's enhancing both.
Yeah.
That's good. I think that's one of the keys that we're trying to get across. I know that you guys are trying to do in your classroom. It's how do you make technology enhance that traditional side of it as well. It's that they're both important and not all tech or all traditional, but how you can blend it and make it work.
Well, again, it's sort of been said, I guess, but just it forces you to interact with the exhibit, like, and it almost felt fun because it feels so a little subversive. Like, I'm tweeting about what I'm seeing, but in a different way, and these other people that are normal tourists don't know what we're doing. It's
Yeah.
sort of like a game to it.
You have a secret, you know.
So I think that,
You're not just uninterested people on Twitter. You're actually
Right.
engaging with the exhibit more than the average
Right.
guest probably is, because not only you're just seeing what happened, but you're thinking about how it really impacted people because you're making comments on it.
Right.
So it brings it to another level of thought. Excellent point. Anything else? Do you guys see how you could maybe use, or an idea of how you might use this in your class? Has anyone used something like this in your class and would like to share what you've done with it?
I did. We went to our original F-Foods Museum in Baltimore.
Okay.
And I was with the social studies teacher, and he tried to figure out how the kids were going to take notes. He said, I have some paper, I'll take some things. We got the drawing waste. I was like, no, we're not doing all that. So we had the kids use Twitter to also help them do Vine. So they could create like a short video of what was happening, and we gave them a hashtag, and it was really great to see them interact with what kind of creative things was happening. And also, when you're doing this, it also gives the parents and the school an opportunity to shine and see what's happening
Yeah.
at school when you're on those field trips. And I think they processed it more than just going and just writing down this piece of paper, because now it's global.
Yeah.
And everyone can see what you're doing.
Yeah,
Because
it shows, and that helps, like I said, show the value of a field trip. You know, what do you get from offsite learning, and what can you get from that?
And it was great for
How
the
can it
museum
add?
because we were tweeting their hashtag and showing them, oh, look at the students interacting, and now they have something for their reference as well. So
Yeah, and then they can talk to people about ideas when they come. Well, one school did this; it worked really well when they're in the museum, using Twitter as a way to communicate. So it can be a fun way for your students to interact with the exhibits. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Never
Absolutely
met him,
nothing.
but he teaches biology. in
Still nothing wrong with
Tennessee.
that.
And
We've
he
all
does
been there.
Twitter chats with his kids where he invites scientists to participate. And so I taught my students about it. I showed them how to do it, and two of them participated one night. So I mean, I just you guys are
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, and like we said, someone mentioned or two, you can respond to people on Twitter or tell them things, and they might actually respond and get involved. And it's a really easy way to bring someone into a discussion that doesn't take much of their time and doesn't cost anything. If they're willing to do that, you can have some conversations with really interesting, knowledgeable people, which I know students always enjoy that because it's something that's different.
I had this tweet in the classroom while we were reading like some case comments that just sort of broke it up, and I had this sort of tweet out saying an argument using hashtags or T-pain, and they thought that was funny. So the other thing, sometimes my kids like push back a little bit because they're teenagers and they're on Twitter and they're doing all this social stuff. So I'm like, we'll just set out a tweet first explaining what it is that we're doing. And the next couple of tweets are going to be about Thomas Paine from my AP history class. That's not my usual stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff is fun.
Yeah.
Or, you could do.
Or have them create a second Twitter account. It's their school account. If you're using it a lot in school, that's probably good because then all their friends are like, oh, they're always tweeting homework stuff and this and that. Yeah. You don't want to, yeah, that's also true.
And they tweet either as one of the characters or about one of the characters, and I find we have different things like the Mockingbird every few chapters. They tweet something about plot or character or setting, and then they have to do simile, metaphor, personification, so I kind of tie the two together. And it turns into like 100-point project by the end, and it works well.
Oh, it's good to take them and actually make them a part of the story while they're analyzing it. That's good.
He responded to me, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. It gets them excited. I've also had Marcus's response.
It seems like Twitter is just so much more. People respond to Twitter. If you email them, you're probably never going to hear anything. It takes more effort. You know, they probably have time set aside where they say, you know, I'm going to check Twitter and respond to some people who respond to me and have interesting things. And especially when students are interested, it's benefit. Oh, that's send something back quickly. So. Does he respond nicely or? Yeah. Yeah. So any last thoughts or comments on this before we move on to lunch?
She was talking about she can't use it in her school
Yeah.
because so some alternatives might be there's other types of back channeling. Yeah. What do you kind of use in back channel? I don't know. Things like today's meet, use today's meet. What shall I do? Things like Padlet. If you use Edmodo, you know, just so you kind of replicate what's happening in those pieces and give those closed environments. Because sometimes you can't even.
So something that replicates Twitter,
replicates
but lets them do it on site in school. Yeah. I know where I had taught previously. If I was asked if I could use Twitter in the classroom like that, it would have been very probably not what we want you to do right now because they weren't sure about it yet. Right. If you have something that's closed, that's what I was saying earlier, like replicating it, even if you're not using the specific tool, you can replicate the function of it, which can still teach them how to use it on their own time when they're at home. So it's a good point. And anything else? Okay, well, we'll maximize this and I'll explain lunch. Besides, I'm not going to tell you how to eat the food. I'll tell you how to get the food. And I'm going to turn off the microphone for the virtual participants because you probably don't want to hear how they're going to get food here. But we'll be back by 1:15, so you'll know when to check back in with us. Okay, so we're gonna get started. So if everyone will, yes, we're all sitting, but oh. So what we're gonna do is for the next hour or so, we have two different teachers who are going to talk to you about how they use technology in the classroom. We're flipping the order. So first was supposed to be Jennifer Roberts, but that's going to be closer to two. So we're going to start with Megan, who's been in the back working hard all day. So she's going to come up and she's also probably talked to some of you throughout the morning, and she's going to share with you what she does in her classroom. So hand it over to her.
Hello, everybody. For those of you who we haven't gotten to formally introduce ourselves to each other yet. I'm Megan. I am sort of an imposter here on the museum staff. I'm a teacher fellow just for the month of July. And so normally I'm a junior high teacher in Chicago. I teach at St. Josephat. It's a pre-K 3 through 8th grade Catholic school in Lincoln Park. So if you're familiar with Chicago, you know we're right by DePaul. I teach social studies mostly, but I also teach religion, language arts, and reading as those come up because we're a small school. So sometimes we have to kind of move around. How many of you teach current events in your classrooms? Awesome. Current events, as we know, are super important, but they're not necessarily always a part of our curriculum, which is a sad thing. So what I've done over the past few years is try to develop a way to incorporate current events in a way that's both meaningful, but also doesn't take away from the, U.S. history or world history curriculum that I'm supposed to be teaching in 7th and 8th grade is what you're going to see today. So I know that there are tons of different ways to teach current events. I know that in looking through all of your lesson plans, I was super excited to meet you all and hear your ideas. And so here's just one way to do it. I am very excited to share with you, very humbled by all of the brains in this room right now. And so I break current events down into 3 different assignments. I have a daily assignment, a monthly assignment, and a quarterly assignment. The daily assignments, bless you, are political cartoons or editorial cartoons that we look at the beginning of each class. That's our bell ringer in 7th and 8th grade social studies. Monthly, we do a Google form at the end of the month to kind of sum up what the major events were and then put those on a word cloud timeline that I created across the front of my classroom over my whiteboard. And then finally, they have one in-depth current events report per quarter per student. So I create a calendar at the beginning of the quarter, and each kid signs up for a day so that ideally, if the calendar works out correctly, every day we have his or her in-depth current events assignment. So we'll kind of dive into each of these now. Daily, we start with political the Association of American Editorial Cartoonists. It's an awesome site. They have resources specifically for teachers. You can see over here on the right, they have cartoons for the classroom, and they make these worksheets, and they have a lot of resources. I love it because every morning, by the time I get to my desk at school, they've already updated their site with a handful of cartoons relevant to that day's current events. And they add more throughout the day. Sometimes, if I'm really on top of it and I am posting the cartoon on our Google Classroom page before school starts, there might only be a few options. So maybe I'll check the day before just to see, if there's anything that I missed that might be relevant. And I like to change it up. We'll see in an example shortly that sometimes I use cartoons that are very light, about allergies, I think is one of the samples that I have, or things to kind of just get us moving into the day. Other times, we're talking about kind of hard-hitting news events that pick up more of class time. So I try to go back and forth there. All right. So we start out the year with some context for how to analyze political cartoons. And this obviously helps then as we're going throughout history, looking at different political cartoons. And so then they're getting it, from different places. But we start by connecting to things that they already know from language arts. I know a lot of you are already familiar with Pictochart. I saw some of your introductions were Pictocharts. I love this site. So if you're not familiar with it, please go ahead and check it out. But this was a Pictochart I made, I think, last summer, talking about some of the different strategies that political cartoonists use or editorial cartoonists. This is then up in my classroom all year long and serves as a reminder. But the kids get pretty good at remembering and, going from identifying simple things like symbolism to visual irony and illusions. And they really start to dive into the more higher level tools. This is just another worksheet that I use. I tossed it on here just so you could steal it if you want to. It's not all mine to begin with. It's, taking from all sorts of different areas and bringing it all together. But just a really good way to review what symbolism is using kids or things that kids already know symbols for. So peace, right? The United States, we have the flag, things like that. So it's linked there if you want it. So we use Google Classroom in my school. And so the awesome thing about that is that the cartoon is already posted on their page before they come into my classroom. So as soon as they sit down, they open up and they pull that day's cartoon into their graphic organizer. We're also a one-to-one iPad school, so my kids are using Notability, so they just screenshot it and pull the cartoon right in, which you'll be able to see on the next page, which is pretty awesome. This also really helps. At our school, we don't have passing periods, and the teachers move rooms as well. So sometimes I'll be moving into a classroom that the kids have already been sitting in for 45 minutes, and the teacher who teaches before me then, all she has to say is, we're moving to social studies, Miss McDermott will be here in a second, open up and take a look at your cartoon. So I don't even have to be there to get class started, which is pretty awesome. Here is a sample. I'll bring this to full screen. I don't remember if this was a 7th or 8th grade sample that I pulled. But this is just a running worksheet that we use throughout anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks. I don't necessarily have a cartoon every day if there's something else we need to dive right into. But as you can see, they just kind of pull in the screenshot of the cartoon, and then they go through and fill out these columns. I grade these just for completion because we always discuss them. And so if there's, something in the box and it somehow relates to what we were talking about in class, that's fine by me. But the process we go through is always what news story does it relate to, and then what strategies are being used, and what's the argument? Why was this cartoon drawn in the first place? This brings us to a couple things. For the first column, what news story does this relate to? One of the awesome things that happened, this was like, how you always have that favorite student quote by the end of the year. Sometime in May, one of my 7th graders, she said to me, we're starting to think about the end of the year, and she knows she's going to have me again in 8th grade. She said, Miss McDermott, we're going to do cartoons again next year, right? I said, well, yeah, you are. You'll be in class with me. We're doing cartoons. She said, oh, good, because now when I watch the news at night, I'm always trying to figure out, like, which news story is going to be in the cartoon tomorrow? Which one are you going to pick? So she's now, has this target that she knows we're going to be talking about it, and she wants to be able to contribute, which is pretty cool. As far as the argument goes, one thing about editorial cartoons is that they're one-sided oftentimes, right? And so you're only seeing one side of an issue. That's why that last column there is so important, because we can talk about what is this cartoonist argument, how might you change the cartoon in order to show the other side, or what's missing from this cartoon, or the list of questions goes on, and you can bring up those discussions. So this is our daily assignment. Monthly then, at the end of each month, I have a very simple Google form that the kids fill out. And all it asks is, what are the 5 top places, people, and events from this month? Now they're pulling these from news that they've seen on their own, from the cartoons we've talked about in class, and from the those quarterly assignments that kids are posting on our classroom and via my Twitter going out to the world. And so this is a place where they just get to decide what they think is most important. Then I step in, and I'm assuming almost all of us have worked with Google Forms before. You get a nice, spreadsheet with all their responses. So I go through, and at the beginning of the year, I used to be very diligent about copying and pasting all of the rows into Tagxedo or another word cloud generator and seeing it come up and then kind of copying that onto my board. And then I realized I have a brain that probably works faster than going through all these steps. I'm just going to scan through and look at what I see the most of. You can kind of go back and forth depending on how much time you have. But what I do with it then is I have this little skinny bulletin board across the front of my room. You don't need to hear the sound. There isn't really any. And each month I just add in those people, places, and events that the kids said were important. This was something that started out mostly as me liking to do things like this. I like the craftiness of it, and I thought it looked good. I didn't know what I was going to do with that space. I thought, well, I'll see how this goes. It ended up being a really awesome tool to look back at. As we were looking at Ebola, or as we were looking at events dealing with racial tension that were happening in the second half of the year, we could go back and say, oh, look, this was happening back in October too, and look at this event and look at this name or this place that was popping up back then. So it was a fun way of kind of bringing it all together. At the very end of the year, I had a couple extra days after report cards were due and was trying to decide what to do with them, and came up with a year-end assignment, which I'd like to flesh out a little more next year. And I had my 7th graders go through that timeline and find 3 to 5 events, or 3 to 5 things up on the timeline that were all connected either by topic or by region or by whatever connecting theme they could think of. A lot of them did racial tension. A lot of them did natural disasters, kind of looking at these things and tracking them throughout the year. So that's something that I want to add to it next year as one final year-end component. Finally, we come to our quarterly reports. I used TAC for this. Have you heard of TAC? Do you know TAC? Do you love TAC? It's an awesome, awesome website. I based this assignment off of the Yahoo News Digest app, which is one of many apps out there that gives you kind of a boiled down version of the news. Yahoo News Digest gives you normally about between 8 to 12 news stories for the day. So the purpose of, or the reason I like Yahoo News Digest and the purpose is using the TAC is that you can incorporate all these different elements. So there's kind of the basic stuff, but then you can add in maps and videos and hot buttons and a lot of really cool things in a very user-friendly way to give different perspectives on a news story. I then tweet out the reports every day, which has been fun. We've gotten a couple retweets from different news organizations or people in the regions that the kids' news stories are about, which is always very exciting for them to see that someone's picking up their news story. This is another thing I really want to work on next year. If any of you are interested in trying to network between students who are producing news in different parts of the country, that's definitely something I'm interested in doing. And then very quickly to wrap up here before it's time for Jennifer to talk to us, I just wanted to share with you the rubric for that assignment because I think the rubric kind of makes it a little clearer. So the top 3 rows there are the required components for their TAC. They have to have a unique headline and photo. They have to have a 1-paragraph written summary. They have to cite their sources and have good mechanics, right? Then at the bottom, that's the choose your own adventure portion. So I have a bunch of different options for them, and they all come with different point values. They have to get to 10. So if you include a map, that's 2 points. If you include 3 links to other articles related to the news story, that's 1 point each. They can get up to 3 of those. So there are limitations on how much they can choose. One of my favorite is the on-site broadcast is worth 10 points. So if they are able to go to a place that's relevant to their news story and record themselves doing a broadcast there, they wipe out their 10 points all at once. I had some really awesome ones. There was one student in particular, an 8th grader. She, when the iPhone 6 was released, she did a news broadcast in front of the Apple store in Lincoln Park. We had a new archbishop, and she went to Holy Name Cathedral in Chicago and did her report in front of the building. So she was really getting into it and really experiencing what it was like to be a journalist and then send out her news report. So that takes us to my contact information. I'm also here for the next 2 days and would love to continue talking about this with all of you and hearing your ideas as well. It's a really fun thing. It's one of the favorite things that I do in my classes, and so I'm really excited to be able to share it with you. Now, I believe I'm going to check here, but we might have a visitor ready to chat with us. She is there. So before we switch over, are there any questions that you have about all the things I just threw at you? Ryan. So it depends. There were days last year when, if it was something that I thought was really important that was happening in the world that they were very confused about, out goes the lesson plan, and now we're looking up articles and we're learning about what's going on. Other times, if I knew we'd have more time tomorrow to discuss something, I would say, hold your questions. We'll get to this. Because of Google Classroom and how easy it is to shoot out links, sometimes I would say, I'll post a link with more information about this tonight, and then if you have more questions tomorrow, we can discuss it. So a lot of times there needed to be some follow-up, but that was also, I was choosing which cartoon we were talking about. And so if I knew that I had a jam-packed lesson plan and I needed as much of my 45 minutes as I could, I'd pick one of those lighter cartoons. On average, I would shoot for 2 to 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah, just quick at the beginning. Uh-huh. I don't. I just go. Yes. If possible, yes. When we do cartoons from a particular era, it's more tying that then to the skills that they've developed doing our daily political cartoons. It would take a lot more time and effort on my end to find daily cartoons that were connecting current events to events that we're studying at that time. So if I find one, I'm using it, but I just don't have that time. We don't have that time every day to. One more time. So that's my time for doing current events. So our curriculum is world history, like going back, and then U.S. history starting, back in Jacksonian era. So a lot of what we're studying isn't necessarily what's happening today. Yeah, definitely will be more time for questions later. But Jennifer, she just got out of her seat, but she should be ready to go in a second. So we'll give her a minute to come back here, and then we will be ready to hear all about her classroom. So Google Classroom was a new product that they rolled out last year. They promoted or they previewed it starting like at the very end of the 2013-2014 school year, and started it in some classrooms. And then last fall was really when it hit all Google Apps for Ed classrooms. Yeah, you have to have a Google Apps for Education account in order to get into it. Yeah, but it's a learning management system. It's Google's version of a learning management system. It kind of organizes workflow back and forth between teacher and students. It offers a place for like private discussion amongst your, it's not a public site. So while you can give parents their child's information, it's just in your classroom. Yeah. It's just Google's version. It ties directly to Google Drive, which is something that I really love about it. I'd be happy to show you my account later. Yeah. Any other questions? I'm just going to keep my eye on Jennifer's room there. Oh, perfect. Jennifer, feel free to unmute yourself and join
Hello.
us.
I am unmuting myself, but I wasn't expecting to join you guys for a little bit, so I still haven't had completely got myself organized. So I'm scarfing a little breakfast.
Chatting if you need a few more minutes.
Well, I don't want to delay you guys either. If you're ready for me, I'm ready to talk.
Okay, sounds good.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Roberts. I'm in San Diego. It's a little earlier here. I'm having breakfast. It's summertime when everybody in my family sleeps a little bit later, even my children, which is lovely. They're old enough to sleep later now. I like that. I've been following your Twitter feeds, and you guys are definitely the more advanced group. I can tell there's been a lot of tweeting and excitement in that realm. But I can't see my Twitter feed while I'm talking to you because I'm talking to you. So if you tweet at me, it may show up in the corner of my screen, and I might catch it before it disappears. But the better way to, if you have a side question, either just ask your question. It doesn't seem like we're having feedback issues this week, which is great. So either just ask me your question or ask one of the staff from Newsella to type it into the Google chat for the Hangout, because that's really the easiest and fastest place for me to see it. Like I said, I have been watching your Twitter feed, and you guys are an impressive group. And I'm not quite sure what I'm going to add to your conversation. They invited me in because I had a video done in my classroom by Annenberg Learner about blended learning in the classroom, and so they asked me to come talk to you about blended learning. And they told me when they asked me that they were going to have you watch that video ahead of time, but last week's group had not. Have you guys seen the video of my classroom? You have? Okay, good. Okay, so now we're doing post-game instead of pre-game, so that's better. That's really helpful because now my notes make more sense. So I went back and, of course, and rewatched that video myself, and it breaks down for me in that there's two things I need to tell you about. I need to tell you why I do this, and then I need to tell you a little bit about how I do this with my students. So for the why part, I have to go back in time a little bit, all the way to 2008, when they first asked me to do a one-to-one pilot. They sent me an email with, like, I don't know, 10 questions of things, you know, would you do this? Would you do that? Would you try this? Would you try that? And I kind of wrote very politely no answers to a lot of them. I didn't want one-to-one. I wanted 1-to-2. I wanted one computer for every 2 students, so they'd have to collaborate. And I didn't want to have a webcam in my classroom because I thought that violated some privacy issues and things like that. And I basically kind of said no politely to a lot of their questions and figured it was done. Gone, poof, no more, don't have to worry about that. They called me back and said, we want you to do it anyway. I said no. They said, yeah, but you said no really well. And we need thoughtful people like that in this program. And so they talked me into it. And honestly, it's been one of the best things that's ever happened to me professionally, and it's been a fabulous thing for my students. And so I was the only teacher in my school who had one-to-one, and I was the only teacher on my campus who had it, and I was one of very few teachers in my district who had it. And they showed me Google Docs, and I went, ooh, we can still collaborate, and this is great. And I could collaborate with my student teachers and all kinds of things. So that went really well. And then a few years later, I got on Twitter, and that was even more exciting because I learned even more, and you guys have already figured that part out. And one day, I'm sitting in my car before school and going through my Twitter feed, as I often did, and I came across this survey. It said, do you have one-to-one in your classroom? And I went, ooh, I could take this survey. I have one-to-one in my classroom. That sounds great. So the first question was, do you have one-to-one? Yes, I do. And the second question was, if one-to-one at your school is limited, is it only the advanced students who have access to it, or is it everyone? And I couldn't answer that question because I taught regular ed American Lit. I taught the kids who were probably not going to college or didn't think they were going to college. I didn't have the advanced classes at all. I had the more struggling students, the ones who were lucky they made it to their junior year. And I was really pissed off at the question, honestly, excuse my language, but it annoyed me that an educator would assume that if technology was limited, it would be limited only to the higher achieving students, which was so wrong, because my students didn't have technology at home for the most part. A lot of them didn't have internet at home. If they didn't touch a computer in my classroom, then they didn't touch a computer. And so that made me finally aware that one-to-one in my classroom was an equity issue. that this is about social justice for me. This is about you know, connecting with other people around the world. This is about seeing possibilities that you haven't seen for yourself before. And every year I'd have a parent or a student who'd come to me and say, I can't be in your class. I don't know how to use computers. And I said, that's why you need to be in my class, because I want you to have a job someday. And every one of those kids by the end of the year was very grateful that they had stayed in my class and was very happy to be there. So, and by the way, there's just as many kids who are tech phobic as there are adults. The digital native thing is a total myth. There's a lot of kids who are very afraid of computers. We get them over that eventually. So beyond that, of course, I think I'm preaching to the choir here today. You guys understand about the job skill needs and the life skill needs. For a lot of my students, this was about how do you use Craigslist to find an apartment, or how do you get a job application done online? And for my students who, if they hadn't been in my class, they never would have had those skills. They wouldn't have had that ability to apply for a job online, or look for an apartment online, or apply to college online, or register for the SAT online, which was now a thing, which is becoming a thing. So all those technical skills, I still come across kids who can't highlight or copy and paste. We learn those things. But the other big part of the why for me is the feedback. It totally shortens the feedback loop. I don't have to wait for students to turn something in, and then I teach, and then I go home and look at what they turned in, and then I decide, you know, what should do next. I can look at their work right now in the moment. I can see it on their computer screens. I can see their homework before they even walk into the classroom, and make adjustments accordingly by flipping through my Google Docs and looking at what they've done. I think one-to-one also gives kids the opportunity to work at that very high professional level. They have professional tools. They can do professional work. There's nothing different about what a ninth grader can produce in terms of writing and publishing than, you know, someone in an actual office somewhere else. They can make it look real. They can be real. They can do real. School is real. I hate it when people talk about the real world as if that's somewhere else, like what we're doing here is fake. And then, of course, there's the problem solving and the resilience of the, well, my computer's not online. What do I do? I'm like, well, what do you think you do? What do you try first? What do you try second? What do you try third? And they get over that learned helplessness of the teacher will fix everything for me, and I just have to ask. I'm like, no, you have to learn how to figure this out yourself. So they get a lot more resilient and a lot more comfortable with tech problems, which is also something I've learned about being resilient and comfortable with tech problems, because you know if you're working with technology in the classroom that things will go wrong. And one thing I've come to understand is that if it goes wrong and I freak out, they will freak out too. And my classroom management that was already challenging will now become even more challenging. So all tech problems are handled in stride. Yes, oh, well, darn, that's not working today. Okay, let's try this instead. And we move on. And patience and calm and what should we do next, you guys? How do you think we should handle this is way better than, oh my God, I hate this technology, it's not working today. So we go one step at a time very calmly through that process. And then you've seen the video of my classroom. You know, and I think you are the advanced group, and you have a sense of already of how these things work and how it works in the classroom. But absolutely essential is the online hub, or some place where your students can find you every day. A cloud just went over us in San Diego, and it suddenly got much darker in my house. Rarely, if ever, happens. The beauty of the one starting place is, I know you've had the experience of, all right, everybody, we're all going to go to this website, and then we're going to click on News of the Day, and then we're going to click on this article. And by the time you've said 3 clicks, your kids are lost, right? So I run my classroom through a class blog. I post every day about what we're doing, and anyone can follow it. It's public. It's not a closed LMS that you have to have a password to get into. It's just, this is what we're doing today. So my students go there, they click on the links they need, they read the directions they need. If they're absent, they go check the blog and see what they need to be doing. But also their parents can follow it. I forgot completely last year that my vice principal was following it. There's a subscribe by email button on my blog, and she put in her email the year before when I mentioned it in an IEP meeting, and then about October this year, she said, wow, I really love what you're doing in your classroom. And I'm going, you haven't been in my classroom. She says, yeah, but I get your blog email every day. And I went, okay, I'm going to make sure that, you know, just a good reminder that this is public and there's an audience out there, right? And people are, in fact, watching. And at that point, it hadn't even been me. It had been my student teacher who was doing a great job. So it was fabulous. The second thing I love about the blog, by the way, is that it's all archived automatically. I don't have to do anything to make that happen. I can go back and find the blog post from the day that you guys saw the video of in just a few clicks. And that's really, really nice for me to be able to go back and go, what did I do that day? Or plagiarize from myself from the year before if I need to. It's not quite using the same lesson plan book every year, but it is the ability to go back and go, how did I teach this last year? How can I do it better this year? And adjust as I go, which is really handy and something that's kind of harder to do with other LMS or websites. And then I just blogged recently about the workflow piece that makes my life much simpler. I think you probably saw it in the video, a reference to the idea of like an English journal, or I think in the video we called it a writer's notebook, but I refuse to call it a writer's notebook anymore because that's not really what it is. And in deference to all the people who do writer's notebooks correctly, I more accurately call this now an English journal. It's a single Google Doc that my students share with me in September, and we use it all year long for all the little work they do in the class. It's what used to be a spiral notebook in my class, so I used to be one of those people who took home a trunk full of spiral notebooks over the weekend, and I graded them really fast and went through them really quickly for assessment purposes because my kids needed them back on Monday so they could keep doing their work. If you've ever taken home 60 or 80 writer's notebooks or, you know, journals in your trunk of your car, you know what I mean. But now it's one Google Doc. It's all year long. They put their newest work at the top, which is really important. And you saw them using it in the video. They copy and pasted a template that I gave them right into their writer's notebook and were able to do their work right there in that document and keep it there. And then I'm able to use the preview button in Google Docs to just flip through and see their work and see how they're doing, and it's really convenient. So I just blogged about that yesterday because it occurred to me that I had never actually blogged about that. It's the thing I do almost every day in my class. We use the English journal. And it is the thing that is the workflow piece that saves me the most time and makes life the most easiest. And it's the single one thing that you can do in your class to help kids just stay organized and help you stay organized. So instead of collecting a piece of paper from kids every day or collecting a digital document every day, there's one document. Every little thing goes in there. We use separate templates for longer essays and bigger assignments, but the little pieces just go in that one document. And instead of getting all those things, I just get one that I can check. So I blog at litandtech.com, and yesterday's post was about how that English journal works for me and how I make it work all year long. I heard Megan was talking about Google Apps for Ed and Google Classroom. I don't actually have Google Classroom available to me yet. Hi, hon. That's my husband. He's going to work. So my district has not historically been Google friendly. So my students are over 13, so we work with commercial Google accounts. But I'm hoping to have access to Google Classroom fairly soon. And then the blended learning piece is it's part of what we do every day. It's not, it's just easier. I don't ever go to the copy room. I don't have to, you know, it's just there. So you guys, I've kind of run through my notes. There's a few things I'd love to show you. Some live demo of things. There's a couple pieces that I showed to the group last week that they got really excited about that I'd love to show you too if you're interested. I have a group creator spreadsheet I use. I move my kids around a lot. They sit in different places all the time. And part of what I'm doing with that is I have a spreadsheet. I punch in sort of how I think they're doing on something. I sort the spreadsheet and it automatically puts them into homogeneous and heterogeneous groups for me, which is very handy. I couldn't find anything like it on the internet. Everything on the internet wanted to do random groups or just give us your class list and we'll randomize your students for you. I'm like, I can randomize my students. But I wanted something that would group them homogeneously. Would you guys like to see that? Would that be interesting to you? You're all staring intently at your computer screens, so I
love to see that.
You'd love to see that. Okay, good. Let me pull that up. Screen share. There we go. Do this. Share. I can work with Google Hangout. All right, there's Twitter. Hey, look at that. Here it is, Simple Group Creator. So this is the URL for it. goo.gl, capital OQN3MJ. And I will add that to our little chat down here. Oh, excuse me while I have an entirely like sidebar moment of turning on my lower third, which may or may not work when I'm screen sharing. All right, so this is the Google spreadsheet. That's the Simple Group Creator. On one page, I have a roster, and these are fake names, fake kids: Alice, Albert, Allison, Amy, Andrew, Arnie. And when I want to put them in homogeneous groups alphabetically, which why would you ever put them in homogeneous groups alphabetically, but just to show you it works. Here's Albert, Alice, Allison, Amy, Andrew, and Arnie. But if I go back to my roster and I pretend that this score is a recent quiz grade or reading level or just how loud they are, and I sort them from, so let's say Z to A, we'll go reverse order. So Amy, Betty, Catherine, Chad, Chris, and Donald are now 6 of my top kids. When I go back to my homogeneous groups, it's Amy, Betty, Catherine, Chad, Chris, and Donald. If I would like them heterogeneous, I just click on the next tab. And now Amy, Betty, Catherine, Chad, Chris, and Donald go across, and those groups are heterogeneous based on that ranking that we did here. Does that make sense? I'll sort it back to A to Z. I'll take it back to the instruction page, display that URL for you. Now you're seeing yourselves. That doesn't help you. So this is a way that I am able to change what my kids are doing daily. I can take one quiz score and rank them homogeneous one day to do some extra work for kids who had trouble with something or had trouble with a concept. And then the next day rank them heterogeneously, group them heterogeneously, and be able to have them do some collaborative work together. I can put them in pairs as well. And I can make the pairs homogeneous or heterogeneous. There's tabs for that as well. Does that make some sense to you guys? I'm gonna stop my screen share. There we go. Oops, I started to give you the URL and then I forgot to hit enter. So that's part of why I'm able to kind of keep my students a little bit on their toes, and it helps a lot. And do you guys know about the Google Docs preview button? Have you seen that? Anyone seen the preview button? You're all
Some yeses and some nos.
Some yeses, some nos. Okay, let me show you that real quickly because that's something else. I mentioned the English journal, so let me show you how I can see those really quickly. Go to my drive here. So to preview, these are all my kids' English journals from last year. I just pick one, select it so it's a blue line, and come over here and click the eyeball. And when you have the eyeball up, it previews that student work. And like I said, I had my students put their work in the English journal in reverse order. So June 9th was one of her last entries. And then with my right arrow key, I can flip through and see the next student and the next student and the next student, and just kind of keep going through them very quickly like that. So that is a way that I can immediately see what they're working on, how they're doing, and how that's going for them. So if you haven't used the preview button to accelerate your workflow and view student work in Google Docs, that in itself is going to save you hours over the course of the school year. Someone said on Twitter they wanted me to talk about social media. Yeah.
So when we were watching your video, Jennifer, we had a little bit of a discussion going back and forth because you were using blended learning, it felt, to talk about a lot of digital resources and digital tools in your classroom. And the definition of blended learning I've often used is when content is presented outside of the classroom as a homework type of thing, and then when you come in then there's that workshopping and doing, you know, what's normally thought of as homework in the classroom. So would you be willing to address that? Your
Yes,
understanding
absolutely.
of blended learning?
Okay, so I guess I probably make a slight distinction between flipped learning, blended learning, and traditional learning. Does that make more sense? My students don't all have access outside the classroom. My district does not have a true one-to-one model. We're not a 24/7 one-to-one. My students pick up their computers when they walk into my classroom. So because I'm working with a CART system, anything I want to do digitally that I need my students to do digitally, I have to do in the classroom. So I can't have a completely flipped model because I still have anywhere from 10 to 20% of my students who are not able to access the internet outside of school. You know, not to put too fine a point on it, but a lot of them switch back and forth between different parent households with different socioeconomic levels. Several of them actually reside in homeless shelters. They're not all able to access everything I'd be giving them outside of the classroom, so I can't completely flip my classroom. And I also generally don't give a great deal of homework that is digitally dependent, and if I do give digitally dependent homework, I usually give them several days to a week to complete it so that they have time to come into my classroom and access computers during lunch or after school or get to the library, because I definitely do not want to disenfranchise any of my students who don't have access outside the classroom. So it's an equity issue again. So my classroom is blended in the sense that I am using both digital and non-digital tools, you know, face-to-face tools. They're doing a lot of, you know, that kind of thing in the classroom. It's similar sometimes to what I once saw a teacher I know at a school who was completely flipped. But I went to visit his classroom early in the school year, and he comes running up to me and he apologized and he says, "I'm sorry, you came to see flipped learning and we're not really doing it yet." Today in the classroom, they're just doing what they would do at home because they need to practice it a few times before I can trust them to do it right at home. So he was doing flipped learning in the classroom while he was there to support his students with learning how that worked. And that was a really interesting model for me to see, because it was like, you know, you can't just assume your kids are going to understand how flipped learning works. You have to have them practice it for several days or weeks in the classroom before you can send them home with devices and say, you know, that they're going to do it correctly or do it the way you want it to. You got to model note-taking strategies. You got to model how to stop and think. You got to model how they're going to do the assessments, those kinds of things. So I'm looking forward to the day when my district does go completely one-to-one and my students get to take their devices home. And I'm no longer the only person with one-to-one in my school. Our whole district went one-to-one over the last 5 years. It's been a slow rollout. But the next move from the CART model will be kids actually getting to take them home. We're a super large district. We move like kind of like molasses sometimes. So I envy the smaller districts and the smaller schools who can be a little more nimble with that.
Jennifer,
that
we
answer
have
your
about
question?
1 or 2 minutes left. So I'm going to see if we have any last questions here.
Any social media questions? You guys are all Twitter experts. Oh, can I, you know, this is I got 1 minute. Can I plug? I got to plug. Here, self-promotion. Here you go, guys.
Go for
Hang
it.
on.
1 minute.
1 minute. Ah. I had to take off the headphones. Hang on. I just wrote a book. I don't know if you know that. Power Up, Making the Shift to One-to-One Teaching and Learning is a real book with real pages. Stenhouse was our publisher. Diana Neby is my co-author. And it is a pedagogy book for teachers who are new to one-to-one. So we address blended learning. She has a true flipped model. Her students have iPads 24/7. So it's engagement, collaboration, differentiation, assessment. All the chapters are about teaching with technology, but it's the teaching first and the technology second, so we put that kind of first there. So you guys are a crowd who would probably appreciate what's going on in like 200 and some pages of this stuff. So it just came out last month, at the very end of June, and it's doing really well. We're really excited about it. A lot of teachers using it for book study, things like that. So it is back ordered on Amazon, so you're way better off ordering it directly from stenhouse.com if you want to get a hold of it sooner. And they have a nice ebook version too. So I think that's probably my time, unless you have any other further questions.
I think that's about it. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Keep up the good work, you guys. I'll keep following your Twitter feed, and tweet me any questions you have. I'm happy to answer them. Have a good time.
Will do.
Bye.
All right, and with that, I think we're going to turn it over to Adam, who's going to tell you a little bit about how you'll be spending the rest of your time today.
Okay, so what we're going to work on for the next hour, as you guys are going to review, or first, if you want, find a buddy, find partners or group to work with, and review the lesson plan you posted and others posted for homework leading up to the Institute. And you're going to determine and find people you'd like to work with. So if you have similar content, similar learning goals, maybe you're looking at different content, but you have the similar goal of the skills you want. That can be a constructive way to work. Say, history teacher with an English teacher, combining what you're doing together. And spend the next hour going through that and planning out your new lesson, coming up with what you want to do, where you want to take it, and then be ready to share that by 3. So kind of the idea of where you want to go and have that figured out today. If you want, obviously, start working on it, start putting things together. You're free to do this here. And we'll be here the whole time to help out, talk with you, discuss things. But if you want to go through the galleries looking for ideas, looking for things you might want to use, go outside, get some fresh air, do the same. You're more than welcome to do that as long as you're back by 3. But the key is for the last 15 minutes we're here together for everyone to share out their ideas. And that will especially help people who might be having an issue or trouble. They're trying to come up with a good idea. That might help motivate or give some other ideas of inspiration to the rest of us to figure things out. So that's what we're going to do for the next hour. So welcome to. Oh. So you've all been ID'd. we are now going to get started back and share out what you've been talking about. So your ideas, what you're going to be doing, what you're trying to get to. What is your goal? How are you going to do it? Thinking about the skills you're trying to get your students to gain from the lesson you're putting together as well. So let's share that out. And then we have another question here. How would you justify your position job to your students in the sense of, why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you doing the lesson that you're doing? What's the real point of it? As I know you probably get that question a lot. Why do I have to do this? Or why are we doing this? Or that's a question. People like asking why. Adults ask why all the time too. So just as you're explaining it, give us the justification of the why. What's the benefit of this? Why should students invest their time and their effort to it? So who would like to get started? All right.
I am doing messing up what is research and all about information literacy and research skills. So I think mine is sort of easy to explain why. When I go and talk about research with my students, I'm in high school, I always say to them, you know how when you go online and they always shopping? Don't you want to make sure that you're not being taken? Don't you want to know that when you're reading that job application or you're filling out that car application or that mortgage, that you know how to read the fine print, that you know how to synthesize the information, that you know where to go, how to evaluate resources. So I try to put it in the real world because it is real world. We're looking for the problems, we're looking for colleges and all that other stuff. I explain it, that's all research. You're looking for your next cell phone.
That's true.
That's
Right.
all real world applications.
So taking the skill, taking it out of the classroom and putting it into the real world. Yes. Am I going to get an iPhone, or am I going to get a Samsung Galaxy, or am I going to get, whatever it is? And they do that. They are researching because it's something they just are interested in. So turn that on its head and show how that works for school. That's a good idea. I like that.
So for our lessons, Krista, we decided since we do research, that's not always the most fun thing to do. So you get interested in research. So there's a couple fun tools that I use, but I've decided to use Kahoot. And we've decided that we're going to create a game about research. And we'll use that as sort of a pre-assessment and equally use it as a post-assessment. And we're going to take all those skills that we talked about from information literacy to how you evaluate a website, just this basic thing, but make it into a game. And have some fun with it to get them going, which will lead us into really is what it is and why you use it.
Okay. So turn the work into the students are going to create their own game.
Well, first we're going to create the game.
Okay.
To the pre and post assessment, and then later on
I see.
have them create their own game.
Okay, so start off, you create it, then they create their own to show use of the skills and practice and everything. All right, I like that. Good start. Interested to see how that comes out. Who else? Who's next? I know you guys all have a lot to say. So. Yeah. Is that your group name going to be now? Table of Six. Okay.
But what we decided to do is work on kind of a framework with all of us teach English, and almost every year at least one or two opportunities where we need to do some delivery of historical context around it, so that they understand what is going on. So we decided we would take a step back, and instead of doing specific to that exactly historical context, that was all of us to kind of do this. So we came up with an idea to create sort of a web quest that would have maybe some links to videos for students to watch with some questions to answer, maybe some links to archival materials from the National Archives or to online exhibit materials that might be in the Holocaust Museum or whatever, articles maybe from news websites that they could read, and then they needed to create some sort of a visual that would synthesize maybe a guiding question we had, maybe what's the most important issue of the time, what's the one thing that has been done to avert whatever the question is that we're kind of curious to present. And then we would use the whole presentation, whether it be online presentation, infographic, or maybe or something, to kind of go through the start of class again today, and use that to kind of create some set of questions for the novel that we would use instead of us generating unnecessary questions out the novel. Let them sort of do whatever it is they have to help us to generate. It seems like we're all very interested in how this reading the novel.
I like that a lot. I think that really works for any if you're reading anything that was written in a certain time or about a certain time, just seeing the world that the author lived in and seeing what impact there was to maybe make them write the book or what impact it. So having students research that time period and put something together to figure out what they are curious about helps them go into the novel with a much different perspective than just figuring out the plot and the story or thinking about kind of. Yeah. There's an issue in the working class in England, so Charles Dickens wrote these books about, yeah, I think that's interesting. That's a really cool idea. I've never really thought about it from that perspective of having students research that, put that together. Do you have any books in mind that you guys have talked about like, using this for? Okay. And if you don't want to listen to it, the students probably don't want to listen to it either. So. Okay. Yeah. With the author, with everything else. I know from teaching history in the past, that's what I used to teach. And English teachers, we always have a quick conversation at some point in the year. Oh, when are you teaching this? It'd be great that, oh, you're doing that like 6 months after I'm doing that. It never really lined up. It was always like, when are you doing the Jazz Age? Oh, in April. Or no, well, I'm doing the Gatsby in November. It didn't really match up. So instead of just defaulting, right, to kind of, here's what's going on, let's read the book, having them do the research, I think helps invest them a lot in. They'll be excited to read the book to see how the world impacted the book that was written, which I think adds a big level of things. And an important skill, because then you're thinking about what was written in the last 5 years or 10 years, or why was that newspaper article written that way, or why did that city portray that story this way and this city that way? Because there's so many different ways you can apply that to the real world, which is really cool. So I like that. That's awesome. So the group table of 6. Look forward to seeing what you come up with by the end. Okay, next group. Okay. All right, good. So you see how and assessment's always, especially if you're using the digital technology, it's so easy to pull it in quickly and get the quick feedback. So it'll be interesting to see what you come up with by the end of the week. What it really means, and also look at what it says and what it did in real life. It says this, but who did that really apply to? Things like that. Been reading things like the Magna Carta can be helpful too.
Well, I'll start with the how would I classify my position for jobs and really the lesson too. But I always say to the kids, you can have the best ideas in the world, but if you can't communicate them effectively, it's kind of a waste in a way. So that's why we meet. And written and
Yeah.
So I was very inspired by the activity we did with the Twitter and the sort of back channel. So I have sort of 2 objectives. One is to increase their communication skills. Actually, the curriculum I teach, the overarching question, the guided question is how do you become an effective communicator in the 21st century or something like that. So I think that'll be a good objective. Yeah, it's big. And then also to apply their knowledge of character to be able to take on that perspective.
Okay.
So the lesson is basically introducing today's meat, and because I teach 6th graders, having them come up with expectations for using it, because I know that there'll be some who might think, this is cool, I'm just going to write whatever. So starting with that, having them thinking about different forms of communication that they prefer, and then applying it to a short story called All American Slurp, in which the main character definitely is embarrassed by her family. So have them back channeling and saying what she's really thinking. session, which is like synthetic seminar, where the kids in the outside circle can not only share their own thoughts, but also record what the conversation is happening in the middle.
All right, that's awesome. Awesome. Okay, who else?
I kind of took the idea of perspective that Sarah was working on. But my classes are design thinking and small business management, and so looking at like modeling for them using TEDx talks in the TED Ed platform, and in that it's got like ways that they can go, do sort of a minimum or go further if they want to. So using that platform.
Anyone else like to share before we wrap up the end of the first day? Maybe we'll have chances to share tomorrow. So hopefully those who are still developing and getting your ideas together, we'll hear from you then. So let's discuss what your job is to do this afternoon and this evening. So as we recap what we covered today, kind of introducing the idea of blended learning, media literacy, and how you can use that to help them analyze text, learn what they're reading, see what they're reading. And tomorrow we'll look at how that turns into debate. So as students learn to find information and see what's good, they can start talking about it, discussing what can be done about it, whether they agree and disagree on various things. All right, so your homework. If you go to the day one presentation we shared on the Google Plus page, there are links in the slide and links in the notes for everything. So you'll be able to click on them there to get to what you need to see. So in the Google community, you're going to read a case study about Hurricane Katrina, an article, and choose a course of action. So look at that and then decide what you would do in the situation there, and then defend your choice in the comment section. So you're going to look at how you would handle the situation and then justify what you would do there. You're going to watch a few videos. So Annenberg Learner's a closer look video, watch that, and then review the Pinterest and Instagram how-to videos. So it's kind of show you how to set things up and how those sites work if you're not familiar and don't use them regularly. So a good review as well if you already do use them. And then you're going to write your daily reflection. So always important, tell students what you did today, let them know what you're doing, what you're learning. It'll also help you just condense all the information that we discussed today and other people talked about, help you think it through so you're ready to come in tomorrow and move on from that, and make sure you post that into the Google community. So, any questions about the homework? The only for the first one, so where should the response be?
It would be like a case study, and it'll have an A, B, or C like choice. So you could be like A and then Y. But everything you can try to set.
Yeah. Yeah, just in the comments there. Oh, we've updated it. If you still have it up in like presentation mode, if you back out and go back to it, it will update. Sorry about that. Forgot that you guys were looking at that too, and it might not have changed. We just added it just now. The only requirement we have, this is done by breakfast. So have it finished by 8:30 when you're here eating. If you haven't had a chance to look through things, people's responses, you can do that while you have breakfast tomorrow morning. So any last questions, comments, concerns about anything? We have one more person to speak briefly to you. So I'll pass it off to Maggie.
Hi.